All right, we're calling to order the 5 o'clock meeting of the August 19th City Council meeting. So we're calling it to order. Could we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Betancourt,
Here.
Council Members Bishop,
Here.
Loa,
Here.
Olson,
Here.
and Alarcon. Present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
With pleasure, thank you. And we will have a moment of silence afterwards. Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. City Manager, are there any items that you needed to pull?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we will be pulling item. There you go. We will be pulling item 4.2, update on Chimboli Cultural Center and library expansion to a future date.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to start with item number 4, presentations. We have a commendation for Nuvali in honor of his retirement from the city of Palmdale. Do I have staff to help out with this?
There we go. Hello. There we go. So this is Nuvali, recently retired, so he's nice and relaxed, more relaxed than I am today. Nuvali began his career with the city of Palmdale in 2004, October of 2004. He worked for our park maintenance division, so almost all of our city parks, keeping them clean and green. In 2010, he was relocated to our facility maintenance division, where he went to Drytown Water Park and serviced our water park and our pools. So Nuvali got us out of a lot of tricky situations over the years to keep our water park and our pools functioning. So I want to thank him for that. He also, we also prepared a nice little accommodation for him. So I wanted to try and read that without messing up too many times. Here we go. Accommodation for Nuvali, whereas Nuvali began his career with the city of Palmdale on October 9th, 2004, as a maintenance worker 1 in the park maintenance division. His first year, he contributed to the upkeep of several parks, including Marie Kerr, Desert Sands, Pelota Vista, Corson, and he served Palmdale residents with dedication, loyalty, and pride for over 2 decades. Whereas in 2006, with the opening of Oasis Park and Drytown Water Park, he was assigned to maintain these new and important community spaces, continuing his service within Parks Maintenance Division. In 2009, Nuvali was transferred to Marie Kerr, our expansion site, where he was responsible for maintaining key recreational amenities, including the Marie Kerr Amphitheater, our Best of the West softball complex, the grounds at Marie Kerr Recreation Center, and in 2010, he was transferred to our facility maintenance division, taking on specialized maintenance duties at Drytown, Oasis Pools, while also serving as a trusted backup for Marie Kerr and McAdam Pools. 4 pools is a lot to take care of, isn't it? He was promoted to maintenance worker 2, where he continued to provide expert care and attention to the city's aquatic facilities, ensuring a safe and clean environment for the public. Nuvali's efforts in maintaining the city's pools and recreation facilities were dependable, thorough, and genuinely appreciated by the public, who enjoyed the clean and safe, inviting spaces. A colleague shared that his care and attention to our pools allowed families to enjoy them all season long, always finding the water clean, clear, and welcoming, a true reflection of pride and heart he put into his work each day. Thank you, Nuvali, for building and restoring a better Palmdale. And we do have a few of our Public Works team members that are here with us this evening. If they want to recognize John, who was Nuvali's supervisor, and then we've got Lee and Mike from our Public Works division. Nuvali was recently moved to Parks and Recreation, and he's been a real workhorse for us, a jack of all trades. I asked Laura Rice, one of our recreation supervisors, if she could tell me a little something special about Nuvali, and what do you think she said? She said that he's an excellent karaoke singer. So who knew? So we're hoping to get him to come out to Legacy and sing some songs with our seniors. So would you like to say anything? Well, thank you, Navali.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, thank you for all you did. Let's get a photo. Wait. So I am going to make an agenda change. Our captain has some other law enforcement duties that he has to take care of this evening. So at this time, I'm going to move item 11, the sheriff's report, to right now, if you're ready, Captain. That way you can go back out there to fight crime.
I got a couple things I gotta go
Thank you.
deal with that just came up, actually. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, thank you for having me tonight and also for putting me a little bit at the beginning of the agenda. So for the month of July, our average response times to routine calls was 98.5 minutes, and we handled 4,031 calls for service. 2 years ago, our July response times on average was 206 minutes for routine response times. So we've dropped it very substantially. We continued our partnership with the city's public safety staff, with CSOs handling 414 incidents and writing 275 reports. The increase in reports was attributed to the CSOs assisting in stolen vehicle operation that netted 40 vehicle tows in one day. The city-funded special assignment team made 66 arrests in July and assisted the city's code enforcement team on 20 operations as well. Based on preliminary data, we're averaging 296 Part 1 crimes per month, which are down 5.25% compared to last year, with 115 less reported crimes. We averaged 323 Part 1 crimes last year. We've seen decreases in every category except burglary due to the number of commercial burglaries we experienced in the beginning of the year. Violent crime is down 10% overall. We're also down 31% on gang shootings compared to last year and 54% compared to 2 years ago. 371 arrests were made in July and 44 firearms were recovered. Graffiti continues to be a prominent issue for us. The city-funded graffiti detective noted 22 arrests for graffiti and an additional 24 investigations into incidences of graffiti. Reported traffic collisions are up 3% compared to last year. Fatal collisions are also up 44% to 13 total. Speeding at late hours has been a common trend in these collisions. To combat this trend, we've partnered with the City of Palmdale to conduct nighttime traffic enforcement operations. To date, we've issued 189 citations during 5 operations. Top speeds during each operation have been over 100 miles per hour on surface streets, with one violator clocked at 110 miles per hour. We will continue these operations for the foreseeable future with another planned later this week. Overall, those citations are down for the year, with 5,393 citations total so far this year. This is due to the fires and protests. I believe we'll end the year close to the previous year's numbers. We'd like to thank the City of Palmdale and our community members for another successful National Night Out. Palmdale Station will be honoring Deputy Ryan Klingenbruber on the 2nd anniversary of his passing on September 16th. We have preliminary word that the trial should be starting at some point in September as well. We have not gotten a finalized date on that yet. They're still in pretrial motions. Please mark your calendars for our 2-day open house and haunted jail event on October 11th and 12th. The 11th will be an evening event with a scarier haunted jail, and the 12th will be a daytime event with trunk or treat added. This year's haunt is zombie themed. So thank you very much. That's the end of my report.
Any comments or
Thanks.
questions from the council? All right, sir.
Thank you so much.
Before he
sorry.
leaves, I'm so sorry. I know you're in a rush to go, but because we have an item on the agenda later, item 14.1, that pertains to federal enforcement actions in the city as they coordinate with LASD. Just a quick question. In the past, I don't know, 3 months, 4 months, have you seen any federal activity, enforcement activity in the city of Palmdale or the Antelope Valley? And if you could just share with us a little bit
No,
about
I have
what
not been made aware of any federal enforcement activity for ICE operations for immigration purposes. There has been federal activity in the Antelope Valley for federal arrest warrants, but that is distinct.
So
And
you've seen zero?
I've seen zero, and we've been asked to participate in exactly zero.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Captain. Okay, so now we're going to move to item 5, public comments. But first, I want to make a couple comments before we do this. I was made aware of a little kerfuffle that happened at a city where some of our residents were told they were not welcome to speak, and I find that horrible. This city council has allowed people from Sun Village, Rosemont, Lancaster, we've even had people from Burbank and outside our state come to our podium and speak and give us ideas and thoughts. And I just want to say that the city of Palmdale welcomes everyone. Doesn't matter where you live. If you have a great idea that you want to share with us or something that's bothering you that you want to bring to our attention, you are always welcome in these council chambers. I want to be very clear about that. So I just wanted to say that before we open public comments. So now we can play the public comment code of,
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Palmdale City Council is now in order. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's City Council meeting, and the Council encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the Council must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the Council's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the council. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with council members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements towards the council, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and council members, and may not excessively clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the council meeting. Finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify city staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
thank you for that. And so we're going to go ahead and open up public comments. Do we have any speaker cards?
Mayor and council, we have no speaker cards on this section. On the consent calendar, we have no speaker cards on the consent calendar.
Okay, then having no speakers on consent calendar, I'll close public comments on consent calendar. Council, would anybody like to pull an item off of the consent calendar?
Yes, I'd like to pull 6.2 and 6.3, please.
I was going to pull 6.62. You beat me to it.
6.2 and 6.3? Anyone else? Any other items?
If there's no further discussion, happy to move the balance of the consent calendar.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we call for the vote?
Start voting. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with discussion for 6.2.
6.2 is with regards to our animal services, and I know this is an item of grave concern to all of our community, so I thought it'd be incumbent upon us to present it so that the public is aware of all that we're doing to protect the animals in our community.
Of course, of course. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Carrie German, Public Safety. Before you is a request to approve agreement with Community Effort Animal Rescue to expand the administration of our spay-neuter program and other animal-related programs in the amount not to exceed $900,000 for a 3-year term with the option to extend for 2 additional 1-year terms. A little brief overview of our spay-neuter program. We originally, when this program was founded, we were with Karma Rescue. Unfortunately, Karma Rescue dissolved. We worked very diligently with Karma to find a provider to pick up where they left off. We were incredibly fortunate to find a rescue right here in the Antelope Valley that was able to perform that for us. By the time we got them on board and everything going, that was the first spay-neuter started to happen towards the end of January. And since then, and once the appointments are completed through August, we will have spayed and neutered over 705 animals in just that short amount of time, with over 200 of those being trap, neuter, and release, meaning the feral cats that are out in the community. So some of the expanded things that we hope to do, which we've already done, we've already microchipped over 100 Palmdale dogs with our free microchip clinic that we do in partnership with Community Effort Animal Rescue. And because of their long time standing and their relationship with veterinarians and other service providers within the Antelope Valley, they're positioned to where we find the need to assist somebody to keep their pet in a home rather than turning them into the animal shelter. They're in that position to better assist us and, things like such as negotiating costs for veterinarian care and things like that. So they're not just spay-neuter, they're helping us with all animal care services here in the city of Palmdale. We do have Cassandra O'Connell, the director of SEER, what we call them SEER here, if you'd like to speak to her, and some of their awesome volunteers. They have an amazing volunteer community. Cassandra?
Okay. Hi. Good evening, everyone. I'm Cassandra O'Connell. I'm the director at Community Effort Animal Rescue. On behalf of our rescue and the community we serve, I want to thank the City of Palmdale for recognizing the urgent crisis we're facing. Your leadership in stepping forward with low-cost spay and neuter program shows not only compassion, but a real commitment to lasting change in the city. Thank you for being one of the only cities that truly cares and one of the few willing to step up and listen and make big change happen. Every family who gains access to these services, every pet who receives care, brings us closer to ending the cycle of pet overpopulation and the suffering number of dogs and cats in our deserts. The impact is actually staggering. A single unaltered female dog and her offspring can produce up to 67,000 puppies in just 6 years. And one unspayed female cat and her offspring can result in over 370,000 kittens. Statistically, there are some places listing it at 420,000 at this point, depending on the health of the mom. So these numbers show just how many lives are being saved with every single surgery, made possible through your support. So we are deeply grateful for your partnership and for standing with us and building real solutions that matter for both the animals and the community in the city of Palmdale. So thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Just for the public's knowledge.
Yes.
So the process would be, they fill out an application, and then if they get approved, do you have a vet at your facility, or do they go to a vet of their choice and get a discount? How does it work?
So we have 4 vets within the community that we're contracted with,
Okay.
that we work with, and we do based off of where the people, like we make it close for them.
Okay.
So yeah, and we are working on a low-cost spay-neuter clinic in general to open full-time for just spay-neuter in the community. We've already had a few surgery days there, and we're looking to open it full-time for the community. But right now, we're using 4 vets that have been helping us out.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the council?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I just wanted to thank you, Cassandra, and your team. I know we met years ago. We've been
Yeah.
working on this for a very long time at the community meetings and trying to figure out a better solution. Working with a nonprofit, we had Karma, they went away, and then we started working with you guys last year. I've heard nothing but good feedback, and we're glad to have you guys back this year in a much bigger capacity and
Yeah.
in order to help the animals. It is staggering to see that an unaltered dog or cat can just produce thousands and thousands of animals. It's certainly an issue we're having out here, but thanks for helping us get this under control and help create a better quality of life for the animals, it's something to really be proud of, knowing that we've been able to work towards a solution and have a group, have a nonprofit that's been able to help, a local nonprofit that's been able to help us work with this and the shelter and the vet. And it's not as easy as it sounds. It's very difficult, especially when you get into the animal community, but you've managed to do that, and it's going to be really great seeing you guys get this larger contract and be able to work with us for years at a time now.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's a
And
big,
I have
big
one
team
last
effort.
question. So
Okay.
if anybody here in the audience wanted to fill out an application, where would they get the application?
On our website, communityeffortanimalrescue.com, and we are known and we are very diligent at being easy to use, easy to access, quick appointments, and just being there for the community to communicate and answer questions and all of those, because sometimes programs can get, you know, a little bit harder to access, and we want to make sure that there's no barriers for the community.
But they do have to show proof of residency, proof of ownership of the animal.
Yes, ma'am.
Vaccinations, that type of thing. So
Yes.
have all that paperwork together before you get online.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it's simple. It's an easy application. It's just proof of residency. Ownership would be like a photo of the pet or something along those lines, and we will communicate back and forth and work with them to get that.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Thanks. No, I just wanted to thank you as well. Many of us on this council are animal lovers, and we've heard many in our community who are also animal advocates, and we've been grappling for the past couple of years with how to manage a variety of very, very pressing issues. The highest euthanasia rate, one of the highest in the county here in the city of Palmdale, ever escalating costs for LA County Animal Services, and community folks that really do want to participate in the process in caring in a compassionate way for our animal population. And you have been the answer to a lot of those concerns. I think you alleviate the burden, financial burden, but also the emotional burden for many of us. So I just want to say thank you to you on behalf of all of our furry little friends and the council members on this council that really have been racking our brains with how do we address all of these pressing issues. And you seem to be the solution, not only the spay and neuter, but the microchipping and the additional financial support for other medical services that our pets may need. I think it's gonna go a long way for our community. So thank you.
Thank
Move
you
to
so
approve.
much. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Can we call for the vote? Thank you very much.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yay.
All right, you got work to do.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be moving on to item 6.3. Do we have the Director of Public Works? He's coming on up.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. My name is Lee Torres. I'm the Public Works Director, here to present item 6.3. This item before you is for your consideration to adopt a resolution to authorize execution of the United States Department of Transportation grant agreement for the Safe Roads for All program. Back in May 2024, city applied for a grant and was awarded $5.3 million as part of this program. This project is along 20th Street corridor between Avenue Q and Avenue S. The project includes construction of new sidewalks, bike lanes, enhanced crosswalks, pedestrian signals, street lighting, preparation of feasibility study to reconfigure an offset intersection between along 20th and Avenue R8. This project also, we have a 20% local match, 1.3, that'll come from our transportation local funding. This is our projected schedule for this project. Once the grant is executed and get approval for obligation from the FHA, then we'll secure a consultant to do the feasibility study and design, hopefully to award this winter. and then do public outreach from the school and also the immediate community to see the mitigations that we're implementing or any other improvements that they want to add to the project, we can. And then hopefully get the project designed summer, completed fall, and break ground spring of 2027. That concludes my presentation. Any questions you may have, glad to help.
Andrea,
Thank you. Yeah, no, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you and to bring this to light for all of our community. This is so exciting for me because it's in the heart of my district. $6.5 million of road improvements so that our kids can get to and from school safely. Palmdale High School, Sage Academy, Tamarisk Elementary. In the corridor where traffic is bustling and people are going those high rates of speed, we want to make sure that our kids get to and from school safely. 6.5 million is, I think, probably one of the largest investments in that corridor along those schools. And so I just want to commend you. When we get feedback from the community that the roads are not up to par, that the sidewalks are not up to par, that we don't have bike lanes, that we're not accessing all the grant opportunities that are available. This is proof positive that we are, and that we are delivering for our community, and we are delivering to keep our kids and our families safe. So I just want to say thank you to you, the other piece that I want to thank you for incorporating into this was the follow-up. Now that we've got the money awarded, let's get the feedback from the community. So let's do the community and stakeholder outreach, which was on your timeline I saw. So in spring 2026, we're going to go and do the outreach with the 3 affected schools, get the parents associations involved. Those kids and those parents and those teachers and those administrators know exactly what is needed, where the danger spots are. And so I'm just excited that we are now, not only we're tapping into federal dollars. We're putting our money where our mouth is. We're putting our local match to it, but we're also incorporating the community so that they can be invested and involved in the solutions for their community. So thank you again. With that, so moved.
so Mr. Torres, that was a competitive grant. We had to apply and win that grant. Is that correct?
Correct, very competitive.
Very
And because of
competitive.
the schools,
So hats off
it
to
helped.
our grant people for getting that grant and competing with other cities for that money. I did have a question. What is a Class 2 bike lane, so the public knows?
A Class 2 is a separated bike lane from the actual lane, from the actual travel lane, but it's only separated by lane lines.
Okay, because the public has reached out to us multiple times about 20th Street. It's a very fast street.
Yes.
Speeders all the time, very dangerous, and I was hoping that it would be a separated bike lane so that, because it's schools there are going to be people on bikes. I want to make sure that they are safe, so if we
Yes.
can make sure we incorporate the safety for those bike lanes.
If we're feasible, we're going to incorporate them, yes.
Okay, Mr. Loa?
Yeah, hi, Mr. Torres, good afternoon. So 5.3 million is coming from, it's a grant from the United States Department of Transportation. And then 1.3 is coming from Measure R or SB.
It could be, yes. So we have 3 local transportation funding, SB1, Measure R, Measure M. Right now, we'll have available monies for fiscal year 26-27.
Okay, and so those measures are not coming from sales tax revenues or other general fund revenues. These are grants that are also coming from these other sources.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you so much. Congratulations on getting this.
Thank you.
Real quick, I had a question. As far as scheduling goes, I know we talked a little bit about this during our briefing. Which part are we planning on starting first? Do you know exactly? Because during the briefing, we talked about it's specifically this part between Avenue Q and Palmdale Boulevard, I think is the worst. That's in the worst shape.
Yeah, so once we get the consultant on board, we may not need to phase it, so I think it's better to do it as a whole. So we pave the street and then do the striping and the necessary lane diets if necessary and other improvements. I don't think we need to phase this project.
Is it a slurry coat, or are you going to go all the way down to the base?
It all depends on the the pavement condition. Some areas need reconstruction, some areas need resurfacing, and some areas could use just a slurry coat. So depending on the condition of the pavement. So there's
All right.
various conditions out there right now.
I'm quite certain the area between Q and Palmdale is going to be a full tear out and rebuild.
Yes.
Some of it, the other parts, I think we can get away with the slurry coat, but just so the public hears, we are aware that the part specifically between those 2 areas in Tamarisk Elementary School, to me, looks like a full tear down and repavement.
Yes, there's definitely a need for that.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
But I agree, it's less, slightly less than 2 miles. I think it's 1.92, 9.3 in terms of length of the area that's going to be reconstructed. So I don't know that phasing it is, if we can get it done in one fell swoop, particularly during the off-school schedule, so that we're not interrupting, morning and afternoon traffic. I think we can figure out a way with the consultant, with the community participation, exactly how to time it, but also how to sort of do it all with the least sort of impact to our commuters.
Yes, so we are trying to schedule it so that we break ground in spring, and majority of the major construction that requires lane closures would happen when school's not on, so summer months. Yeah.
All right, I made a second as well.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can we call for the question?
Start voting. Motion passes
Motion
unanimously.
passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Okay.
All right, we're moving to item number 7, and I will do a call for public comments on the appointment section for the appointments 7.1 and 7.2. Do we have any public comments?
No, Mayor and Council, we have no public comments on this item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comments on the appointments, but I would like to move 7.2 before 7.1 because I think our council appointments is going to take a lot more time than the appointments for the mobile home park. If there's no objections to that, can we move 7.2 first? All right. Do we need a staff report on this, or do we want to talk about it?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we had 4 openings because there were expiring terms, so we had 4 openings, and we actually had 4 applicants that applied. Just a little background, what I'm requiring you guys to do is to nominate and appoint 4 members, which we only have 4. So the terms for the 4 members of the Mobile Home Rental Review Board have expired. They meet annually. The city invited residents to apply for open board positions through its website, press release, and social media. The application period was from April the 11th to May 18th, and later extended to July 17th.
Great, all right.
So just a quick question I asked during my briefing, because there are 4 applications, 4 appointments, 1 per council district, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There wasn't any for 5. Can you just explain why there isn't any for 5?
Actually, this is not a district appointment, and the applications that were received in that time frame, there were no applicants that applied from District 5.
I think it worked out nicely. It's sometimes bittersweet because we get sometimes appointments and they're all in District 1 or 3 or 2 or what have you, but this time it's nice. We have 4 members available to appoint. We have 4 people who applied, and it's equitably distributed. District 1, 2, and 3, and 4 all had an applicant. It doesn't always work out that way. So I want to thank the applicants, if any of them are here, for applying.
Here, they've all been invited and they're all here.
And I just wanted to personally thank Adam Serbia, because we met in person a couple of times, and he's getting very involved with the city of Palmdale. He was out at National Night Out. We've had meetings. We've talked about how to get involved in the community. He's a college student at AV College. I'm sorry if I'm giving too much information on you. But I just want to say thank you for your participation, and I'm thrilled to see that you put an application in. So we have 4 applicants, and we have 4 positions, so.
Could we hear from them?
Oh, sure. Adam, do you want to get up and speak, and then we'll call the rest of them up? Come on up. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it's good practice. As a teacher,
And Mr.
get as
is
much speaking in as you
Jamar
can.
Perkins, Deborah McLaurin, and Marilyn Estrada too, or if they're here?
Okay, Adam, you're on.
So, hi, my name is Adam Sarabia. I moved out here to Palmdale when I was 19. I've been here for about 13 years. Like you said, I'm a college student. Probably be graduating within the year. I would say maybe like either spring or summer. I'm not a man of politics. This is something that's been an interest of mine for maybe like 6 months. I'm really a man of science, and there's a lot of things that I see going on in the federal level that it worries me, and honestly, I think I'm like a lot of millennials that we think, government doesn't work for us, but the reality is if you don't get involved, then of course it doesn't work for you. You don't have a voice, so I'm really excited to take this opportunity and work with you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up? Next person? Don't be shy. Hello.
Hello, I'm Jamar Perkins, and previously served on the Mobile Home Review Board. And I moved here 2022 with my family. Not newly married anymore, but you know, we added a few more kids, and so I love the city of Palmdale, and I love serving the city, and I would love to continue to do more.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
for serving on the board.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deborah McLaurin. I have served on the Mobile Review Board for a while, and I enjoy it. I love being in, not in politics, but part of Palmdale. I love it. I've been here since 2004. I have a small business, Adorable Babies Jumpstart, and Drone Girls.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one left.
Marilyn Estrada?
Marilyn Estrada, are you here? You don't want to speak? All right then. Thank you all for your applications, and can we get a motion?
Yes, I will motion to approve the 4 applicants.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we call for the vote?
Start voting. Motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, everyone, and welcome aboard.
For your continued service.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move to item 7.1, City Council Committee Appointments.
Mayor and council, this item is being brought before you. Council requested it on July 15th. Council actually requested the staff bring this back for committee appointments for further discussion and potential action.
Okay, so I would like to say that the investigations are severely delayed. We don't know really what's moving forward at this point. I would like to keep the Maddie Act as it stands, the people that are on the positions that they're in, leave them there until a later date, as opposed to moving people around for the last 4 months of the year. And I was just wondering what the rest of the council thinks of that.
I think that's a good move. If that's a motion, I'll second it. If not, I'll make a motion to
Yeah,
to keep.
I'll make the motion to
Okay.
keep the
Does
appointments.
that mean to restore the positions that we removed?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll second that.
Wait, what? Say that
Okay,
again?
so
The Maddie Act?
we're going to keep,
That we have? All those, the people that are on the Maddie Act at this time, we're just going to keep those. Conversation?
Well,
No?
I agree that there's a lot more information that we need to be able to make appropriate decisions. I agree that, you know, we're in a tough spot because we're not investigators, we're not the judge or the jury on anything, right? So we get information, we make the decisions that we make in the moment that we make them for, hopefully for the betterment of the city. But I agree that we're kind of left in this position where we're waiting for outside information to inform decisions that we're about to make. I don't like where we're at with that. I think that maybe we should have got more clarity before this made it to the agenda today. But since we're here and we're waiting and it's going to be a while, I tend to agree that let's restore what we have.
So for clarity, you're saying restore back, Councilmember Loa back to all of his positions that were already listed? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't concur with that. So if that's what you're calling for, I will have to be a dissenting vote, because if there is an ongoing investigation, which includes fiscal improprieties and mismanagement of funds, that things that actually have to do with, our roles and responsibilities as council members, if that's ongoing with regard to Councilmember Loa, I don't think that he should be serving in any capacity in the same way that you guys seem to feel that I should still not be serving on any committees. But, So, that's enough said.
We have a first and a second. Start voting.
Do we want any more conversation before we vote?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, just, let's work through this a second. So you're saying to go back to the time before we made any adjustments, right?
Yes, because for me, it's unjust to have a person linger in investigation for God knows how long. And it affects the community because we sit on committees to make decisions about certain things moving forward in the public. And unless we have somebody on those committees to represent the city, then we're not really representing the public. So I want to make sure that all of those committee positions are filled. And I say the easiest way to do this, he has not been convicted of anything. And so I would say restore things as it was.
Restore things as it was after I was stripped of my responsibilities, but prior to, restore him back to his responsibilities, but not me to mine?
Well, I would be interested in having a conversation with you to see which ones you'd like to be on. Honestly, I would, because, I think we gave you a timeout, Andrea, and I think perhaps maybe your timeout is up, and we should restore you to some of those committees.
Thank you, I appreciate your confidence. I just know that there is an ongoing, very important investigation with regard to Councilmember Loa. And if we are going to reinstate him to positions where he has a voting position on some of these boards and commissions that control the funds with which there were concerns about, I think that creates liability and risk for this city and is not doing our public and our public fist any good.
I'm totally open to an alternate motion if anyone has
May I
one.
comment on this?
Sure.
I have not, as has been pointed out, in opposition to the council member that's objecting to this. I've never been convicted of anything. I've not been charged with any offense. I believe that the allegations that have been made against me are just simply political backlash, unsubstantiated, unlikely to be based on any facts. I deny any implication on any of the statements that were previously made here. And there's still some ongoing issues with Councilwoman Alarcon. Recently, at a NALEO conference, under the influence, apparently, she confronted a council member from another city, intoxicated. That is to say, Alarcon allegedly intoxicated. This information has been brought forward by council member, a mayor from a different city, attorneys that were present that indicated that Ms. Alarcon had to be removed because of what she was doing and confronting a fellow Latina council member. She's supposed to be the champion of the Latinos in this city, and instead she gets intoxicated and confronts people who are legitimate, representing their cities. In addition, there were another allegation that supposedly was referred to the city attorney involving an appearance at Saves under the influence of alcohol with vomit on the front of her blouse and had to be transported to her home. I don't know what happened to that investigation. There was never any return on that. So the behavior of Councilwoman Alarcon, not to mention the fact that she has in fact been convicted of a DUI, of an incident of drunk driving in Glendale, California, which matter has been submitted. The conviction has been transmitted to the State Bar of California, and that matter still has to be resolved. In addition, Ms. Alarcon, do you live in your district? Do you live in your district?
First of all, I don't need to answer to you, but absolutely, yes, I do. Let's be clear. The allegations against you have to do with the fisc of this city. You authorized our former city manager. This is what has been alleged. This is what I've been told, specifically by our former city manager, that you directed her to transfer money, city taxpayer dollars, money for the Mark Center over to Lancaster because you wanted a place on the AV Fair board. And now all of those transactions have transpired.
expired, the money was transferred prior to this council giving authority. That is a real problem. I don't know what you're talking about, all these other allegations about all these random things. Yes, I live in my district, but no, I never did not one thing improper with our city tax dollars. And so if we're gonna reappoint you back to the AV Fair Board, which is directly overseeing the development of the Mark building, I think that is a problem.
Okay, first of all, the council took action to approve the $10 million that was allocated to the city of, not to the city, but rather to the.
Check the wire
Antelope-
transfer dates.
To the Antelope Valley.
I have them. And
to
it's
the
all a
Antelope
matter
Valley
of public
Fair.
record.
Okay, well, I
So
think that's.
perhaps the best solution at this time is maybe we will table this item until we can have further discussion on this and find out what is the status of the investigations. Can we do that, city attorney, or is that going to jeopardize the committees and the decisions that have to be made on behalf of the city?
So the issue with the committee appointments is if we leave it as is and I guess the ban on Councilmember Loa stands, then you, as Mayor Pro Tem, would still have to fill all of his spots, which is fine, but I think the issue here is there's a lot of committees and boards, and that leaves 3 of you. So if you like that and you're good with the amount of work, then we can proceed like that, but it's kind of up to you. Yes, we can bring it back, we could bring it back.
Let's bring it back. Let's freeze everything right now until things calm down. Let's have more conversation, and then we can bring this back. Because I think right now there's too many things in the air, accusations flying everywhere about other things, and
I would agree with that. There's too many unanswered questions, and we were doing it, try to give us some time to figure out what's true and what's not, so to speak. And we know that the Maddie Act, or these appointments, are coming back in January. Every January, we have to reappoint all of these positions. So I think the hope was in the next couple months, when there's really not that many meetings for the rest of the year, is we get the facts, we get the data, and then in January, we make an educated decision on who goes on what board and what appointments go to who, and so on and so forth. But that doesn't seem to be the appetite.
okay. So,
Any further?
so I guess that's what, we have a motion, that's the alternate motion and an
I'll
alternate
withdraw.
second. Okay,
Or I'll withdraw my original second
okay,
from your motion.
all right. So I'll make a second to your motion. God, there's so many motions on the table. So we're gonna freeze it. I'll make the motion to freeze it as it is until we have further conversation.
I'll second.
Can I get, before you do that, can I get clarity? Are there boards or committees that need an answer, need resolution now?
Yes, there
Because-
was, so that was part of the issue, they've been asking us, and then we send, say, Mayor Pro Tem can't make it, then we send Councilmember Olson, and then the
And
board
then they look
is-
at me like, well, who are you?
Yeah,
What
who's
are you
this
doing
guy?
here?
How'd you get here? Who are you? So the purpose of this was to provide clarity moving forward to these boards. And that specifically, we have a request from NCTC and in the High Desert Corridor, specifically asking for some sort of either removal or reappointment. Specifically for the High Desert Corridor, they have requested a need for an alternate member.
How frequent are their meetings? And same with NCTC. I think there's only one meeting for the rest of the year.
Okay,
And
so
NCTC doesn't even really handle any kind of finance either.
Correct, and
that's the High Desert Corridor?
High Desert Corridor, city managers, deputy city managers informing me that the High Desert Corridor meets, kind of as they're needed, so not very frequently, and NCTC is quarterly.
All right.
So there's nothing in the next 2 weeks that need a definitive answer?
They're asking for by
October 1st.
October 1st. That's what they're asking for, and we don't have a second meeting in September, so that's the other issue.
Well, then could we do a motion for just those 2 positions? I mean, could we do a vote on just those 2 positions?
Yes.
Appoint somebody just to get those
Yes.
taken care of?
So for the High Desert Corridor, Councilmember Loa was an alternate board member, Councilmember Olson is the board member, so we just need an alternate for the High Desert Corridor. For NCTC,
But they don't have meetings coming up. We just had our High Desert Corridor meeting. We just had our NCTC meeting. I think there's time. I know that the CEO wants clarity, but he can wait.
okay,
We need to
so-
get it right, because I'm under the mindset, I hate that we constantly kick the can down the road. We do this every time. I'm just under the mindset that we're not the judge and jury and the investigators. We either restore the entire council or we continue this path where three of us sit on all the boards, which is really rough on our families. You know, we have to get to a point where we're not just constantly throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks. It's not a fun situation to be in, but I think we do need that clarity. What is the status with Councilmember Alarcon? What is the status with Councilmember Loa? I think we need to know that.
Yeah, and who's conducting the investigation?
it's going to be referred to a third party.
It's
and-
going to be referred?
Yes, and so we're working on it, getting the third party to review the allegations. As to.
So it would either be FPPC, the district attorney, who else?
Or a third-party contractor that handles the types of allegations that were made.
Here's my counter motion.
As I understand it, this has been a almost 2-year investigation of me. City funds have been authorized, directed by some of these council members, directed city funds and the city attorney, Harper Burns, to hire private investigators to follow me, to illegally run my driving record, to do all kinds of things that are improper with city taxpayer dollars. Those are political things. Those have nothing to do with my ability to serve on this council. So in any case, that has been ongoing for years.
Right.
Well, and I would just, as far from our office, there is no current investigation of Councilmember Alarcon. So
if there's no current investigation of me, then why am I still being precluded from sitting on the boards? Then I mean.
That was
Because you're
about to be
still
my
being
motion.
under the influence of the public, and you pose a danger to the public, which was the reason you were removed in the
I'm a
first place.
danger to the public.
But this
Yeah,
is
and
this
you're
is my
a danger
counter
to the
motion,
city
right?
of Palmdale. You had your opponent illegally removed
All right.
from the ballot.
All right, I just want to get a point of order,
That's
and I want
also
to hear
BS.
what Councilmember Olson has to say.
No, my counter motion was let's just get on with this and make all of us eligible, but I withdraw. Let's move on.
Okay, so we're going to appoint those two boards, the NCTC and the High Desert. 'Cause those are the ones that are
No,
most,
Let's bring it all back, because
All right, we're tabling everything. I make a motion to table everything.
okay.
We need, in 2 weeks from now, we need clarity on where we're at with these situations.
Okay, so my motion is to table the item.
Second.
Let me put that motion in. So we had a first and a second?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Start voting. Motion passes.
Okay, so we will table the item, and we'll get more information, and we will bring it back as soon as we get the information that we need to make a more conscientious decision about this. Okay, moving on to item number 8, public hearing. So I guess I'll open the public hearing. City Clerk, could you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving zoning ordinance amendment 25-0002 to modify commercial standards within the zoning ordinance and find that the project is consistent with program Environmental Impact Report 22-002 prepared and certified in conjunction with the city's general plan, Palmdale 2045.
Thank you. Could I get a motion and a second to introduce the ordinance 1659?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second?
All say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, I guess staff is now going to provide us a report. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Before you tonight is ordinance number 1659. This is an amendment to adjust the commercial land use regulations to clarify and streamline approval processes and improve the consistency of allowed uses within commercial land areas. First, cottage food operations, or their operation of packaging of food in a private home for sale to consumers, are allowed in zones that allow residential uses. Therefore, the amendment will update the land use table to allow cottage food operations where where housing is allowed. Second, the office flex zone is also intended to transition between intensive service and commercial uses with lighter industrial uses. As such, some land uses that were allowed in light industrial uses and commercial zones have been included as permitted uses with either an MUP or a CUP. So that's a minor use permit and a conditional use permit. And these include animal sales and services, nursery garden centers, tattoo, body art and piercing, bar, nightclubs and lounges, brew clubs, tap rooms, wine bar, and micro distilleries. Third, this update will change the approval process for bona fide restaurants to be consistent with other commercial zones and will allow indoor commercial recreation and sports uses in all commercial zones with administrative approval, rather than going through a conditional use permit process. This update will also clarify the parking requirement for indoor commercial recreation areas, which will assist with the approval process. And finally, staff recommends adding a new land use to address on-sale alcohol as an accessory use. This land use is intended to provide flexibility to businesses wishing to establish incidental alcohol uses, which may not otherwise meet the requirements of a bona fide restaurant. As such, this amendment is intended to make it easier to establish businesses and attract new businesses to our commercial areas. You did receive 2 letters of support, one from Round 1, who is somebody who will be benefiting from this amendment, and another letter of support from a future tenant that we can't disclose yet. I'm available for any questions.
Did I hear you say it involves animal sales?
Yes. So in office flex zones and commercial zones, we're trying to make them consistent throughout, because what we're finding is that a lot of these certain areas used to have either C4 designations, and now they have office flex designations, and some uses used to be permitted and are not. So we're trying to make those consistent.
So when I hear that, I think puppy mills. So is there a difference between what you consider animals and livestock? Or is that encompassing anything that's non-human and alive?
Think more Petco.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was a little concerned because, I mean, here we are, like, sterilizing animals, so we don't have, and then I'm thinking, oh my God, we're gonna have breeders and puppy mills.
No, that
Thank you for
would be-
clarifying that. I was a little confused on that.
From what I understand, we have a lot of empty office space and different types of spaces in strip malls and commercial centers.
Okay.
Thanks to Amazon and online sales. This helps with the conformity, so these businesses can move into these smaller units, strip malls, office complexes, et cetera. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions from council?
None?
Okay, could I go ahead and call for public testimony on this item?
Currently, we have no speaker cards.
No speaker items? Okay.
We have no
we'll-
speaker cards on this item.
We'll go ahead and close the public testimony for this item. Could I get a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance 1659?
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Can we call for the vote?
Start voting. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Now we're going to move on to new business. So I am supposed to call for public comments on new business, but do we have a presentation on this before we open it up for public comments so they know what they're commenting on? City Clerk, do we need to read the title of the ordinance before she gives us?
I will go ahead and read
Okay.
that. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palmdale to adopt by reference the local responsibility area fire hazard severity zones map to designate very high, high and moderate severity zones for the City of Palmdale and amend Chapter 8.04 of the Palmdale Municipal Code to update the fire hazard severity zones regulations.
Okay, could I get a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 1656?
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
To introduce. All say aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, and now staff, you can provide your report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening. Megan Taggart, Director of Economic and Community Development. Before you tonight is the Fire Hazard Severity Zone map, which was created by the Office of the State Fire Marshal, and it categorizes areas based on the potential for wildfires. Creation of the map is based on factors like vegetation, topography, weather conditions, and historical fire patterns. An updated map was released earlier this year in March, and the updated map includes very high, high, and moderate zones, while the previous map only included the very high fire zone. In accordance with state law, local agencies must adopt the map by ordinance, and the County of Los Angeles adopted the map at their July board meeting, which means that it's already applicable to our region. In order to spread the word about the map changes, staff coordinated outreach and education efforts, which included posting of the map on the city's website, along with a public comment portal, holding a town hall meeting with participants from the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Department of Agriculture Weed Abatement, the city's emergency operations manager, the building official, and the planning manager, and also sharing the information on the city's social media platforms. We also distributed information to the community block captains for the Neighborhood Watch program and have informational handouts available in the foyer this evening for anyone who's in attendance. While we do not yet have the full list of development requirements from the state fire marshal, based on our preliminary analysis, it doesn't appear that there will be a significant impact on existing development. However, it does appear that there will be requirements related to creating defensible space around structures in the moderate and high zones, and some construction requirements related to thickness of walls, windows, exposed materials, things along that nature in the very high fire designations. The very high designation will also continue to prohibit outdoor activities that could lead to wildfire events like fireworks and fire pits. The city is prohibited from reducing the severity of the proposed designations, but a letter was sent to CAL FIRE and the County Board of Supervisors outlining the concerns related to the expansion of the very high fire zone and the addition of the new zones, and we requested some collaboration efforts from those organizations. In addition, staff is currently supporting grant efforts from our local organizations to create education programs related to compliance with the future severity zone requirements. And with that, we do have the building official here this evening and our assistant fire chief here this evening who can help answer any questions that you might have. That concludes my presentation.
Council, any questions for either her or the fire chief?
Well, all I can say is I fully understand why this is necessary. As somebody who had the fire come up within less than 100 feet of their house, there was a fire break and some work done to trim the weeds and the dry brush back from that wall. Without that, the house in the neighborhood would have caught on fire, no doubt. So I fully understand why these preventative measures are necessary and how it can save lives and homes and property and everything, and why we need to take a step further, because just within last week there was another fire that broke out in Acton and was moving pretty quickly, but luckily thanks for amazing firefighters and first responders, they're able to get it out quickly. But it's becoming so clear that this truly is a severe fire zone, and it doesn't really take much for the fire to travel and move fast and pose a serious threat to life and property. So I'm on board. I fully understand why and how this got here and why this needs to be done and why we need to conform with the county.
Okay.
The county and the state, right? Isn't it both?
Correct.
This ordinance conforms with both county and state.
Correct. The county adopted the state's fire map.
Okay.
Right. And we don't know whether, and this question came up during briefing, whether this is going to have impact on insurance, fire insurance on behalf of the residents and businesses along this area?
We do know that the insurance companies do not use this map as a basis for creating policies or analyzing policies. They use, it's called a wildfire risk model that's completely unrelated to these maps.
Okay. All right. Any other comments?
No,
City Clerk, do we have to do a motion to adopt the ordinance before we vote?
Well, we have a public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. let's have the public comment come on up.
So we have Mr. Roger Soderstadt.
Hi, Roger. Sorry about that.
No problem. And if you'd like the hat, you're welcome to it. I seldom wear it. I only wear it to these meetings to honor you. So you want the hat?
No, I'm good, thank you.
I'll wash it. The scandal-ridden city council. Wow. Makes me really proud to be a resident. But I really like the excitement of all this bickering. It's quite enjoyable. But on this matter, yeah, regardless of what she says, the insurance companies are going to be a problem. You know, if I can't get fire insurance, I'll have to leave Palmdale, and I can't sell my house at a good price because the buyer can't get fire insurance. So I wish you guys would consider that.
Oh, well, we are obligated to adopt this. I don't think we have a choice because it's already adopted by the county and the state. I think this is actually just a formality. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
He's nodding, yeah.
I was hoping
Our hands are tied.
you might publicly oppose it, though,
Oh,
even though that wouldn't have the effect of law.
I do oppose it because I know what the insurance, well, I don't know, but I am on board with you thinking that the insurance companies will find a way to use these maps.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have Yoga Vargas.
We're using worse maps.
Yeah, are we?
No, the insurance companies, they're gonna.
Good evening. I'm so glad this fire hazard issue came up. I took you, Mr. Loa, right next to my house, below my house, and I showed you the famous Beryl Springs. It's a historical landmark. The ponds were beautiful. We had 58 variety of birds, cranes, owls, eagles, name it. I've been living in that spot for 36 years, and for the past 54 years, I've been familiar with there. Kids from Palmdale High School used to go there. This is a beautiful historical landmark, and they sold it to somebody who turned it into a truck park. There's maybe about 38, 40 big rigs there. The ponds are dry. The birds, I put whatever water I can. I have all the quails and some of the eagles coming there, but we have to restore that to where it was. I don't know who I should go to complain that they should remove all those trucks. This is not an industrial zone. It's agriculture, A1 zone. I've been living there for 38 years. It's at the corner of T8 and 32nd Street East at the end of it. There's Valley Springs Road there too, and Bear Creek, which goes all the way to the intersection of Pear Blossom Highway and 25th. I really would appreciate it. I want it for the record that I am complaining. There will be a fire. By the way, the entire neighborhood on Avenue T8, they are all very upset about this. We had a beautiful landmark, and one house was allowed to be built on it, but not some 38 big rigs there, and the trucks keep going back and forth on T8 all the way to 40th and back. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you. Can you make sure that the city clerk gets the address or the area so I can look it up on the maps?
It's at the corner of 32nd Street East and Avenue T8. Famous Beryl Springs. The ponds are dry now. We had natural springs, 5 of them come in 1964 when Aqueduct came. Understandably, 4 of the springs, they killed them. But one of them was always feeding the water. We have beautiful, please go take a look at it. The ponds are dry, the birds are disappointed. We had migrating birds coming all the time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to say something. My name's Michael Ross. Real quick, I don't understand how your hands are tied. I don't understand the law on that, so I'll just say that up front. But I will say this, I've read our city charter, and we always hear that about things that are gonna affect us, right? So a couple of thoughts on this. One is in our charter, it says self-governance, home rule, and municipal affair. It seems to me like this is clearly a municipal affair. It's something that deals with our city. And the charter specifically speaks to safety and health is some of the issues that our charter covers. So I would hope that we could stand on that because I am concerned about cost of living going up. God knows we're at 11.25%, man. I'm keeping track of the hours that my tax dollars are pulling from my life. Right now, I have worked for this city for almost 10 days. on the amount of money I've paid in sales tax. That's crazy when you start thinking about that. 10 of my work days have gone to pay for stuff here. I don't mind taxes, they're fair. But I mean, they're not fair, but we should have them, right? So the next thing that I would like to say is we always have this way of, rather than doing things preventatively, we react to things. It feels like we react to things rather than actually thinking about it and figuring out better ways for us to incorporate things into our city. For example, we just sent $10 million over to a center that none of us in this room are going to be able to use. Seems to me like we could use that $10 million on fire suppression or prevention in our city so that we don't have to be designated as a high fire zone. Why don't we do things and use our money to that would hopefully make it where we don't have to do that. We can show the county and the state that we're responsible citizens for our own health and safety, as it says in our charter, and that supports the sovereignty of us as a citizen. So why don't we start approaching things that way and saying, in our city, this is the way we want it handled, and then find lawful ways to do that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, and I'm going to make a promise to you that I'm going to sit with the city attorney and the city manager and see if there's a way to untie our hands.
If there's anything we can do to help you, let us know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, to speak while we're on the insurance thing, there are a few things that homeowners can do to help with the insurance. You can paint your house with fire coating. You can clean out your eaves. There's setbacks. You harden the target, so to speak. There's things you can do to keep your insurance or get an insurance policy. Also, the state of California has a fair plan called a safety net. The California plan covers fire and smoke only, so they'll insure you if the other carriers won't. And make sure to work with the local insurance brokers because they truly understand the challenges faced with this area and the fire severity we have. So there are options out there. The first part that I learned living in one of these areas is to harden the target. You can also close off your eaves. So they say what happens is the embers get underneath the eaves. So there's a magnitude of things you can do to fireproof your home, so to speak. Get your insurance, keep your insurance, or find a new policy, and the state also has options as well. Because when it comes to a lot of things, I wish the city had jurisdiction over the federal and the state government, but we just don't. That's the law.
Could I ask a question based on the map? Yes, Megan. So as I understand it, looking at this map, these areas that are shown as pink here previously were like the deeper red from the briefing is what I understood. So it actually reduced the areas that are the deeper red.
So no, so if you look at the legend at the bottom of the map, the local responsibility area is the new deep red, and the state responsibility area is the light red. What I was explaining in the briefing is that previously the very high fire zone was primarily along our mountain range. Right in areas where wind would probably blow a fire down into our community. But now it has been extended north, it's been extended east, and further into our community.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that the areas that are adjacent to the city, the darker red, it's been that way previously to this ordinance being enacted.
Yes.
So it doesn't change that.
Correct.
As far as fire risk is concerned.
Correct.
It should not have an effect on fire insurance rates or the availability of insurance to people that are
But they've added
purchasing
the
them.
yellow, right?
They have
That's
added the
new.
yellow, and they've added the high fire zone, which we didn't have before, and they've changed the boundaries of all of those.
Okay, all right. But in essence, it didn't change insofar as the state ordinance is concerned and the state evaluation of fire risk. It didn't change those things for our residents.
Correct.
Okay.
So, question. So, just food for thought. So, the state in Assembly Bill 211 required that municipalities like ours enact by ordinance all of these high fire severity zones, right? Could there potentially be now, by us designating all of these, the availability of additional state resources that may be coming down the pike because of these new designations?
Certainly. And we will continue to look into all of our options to help our residents.
I think that's the reason why I asked that is because I think the original intent of the state legislature by identifying these high fire severity zones and requiring additional mapping and the expansion of these zones is so that they can then access federal resources and funnel them through the state down to the local municipalities who have enacted by ordinance these maps so that we can then tap into those federally and state created resources so that we can protect and create additional means by which we can help our homeowners. It's not only intended to just create a burden in terms of insurance, which I know everybody is concerned about. You know, it's a huge concern. But I think we're maybe forgetting the original intent of the state legislature to mandate these maps so that they can then help us, because then we are included, we have some of these high fire severity zones. And, in terms of geography, we've got significant portions of it so that they can then appropriate money to cities like ours who need it to prevent and in the aftermath of these sort of extreme heat waves and fire incidents.
So I hope that's true, and I hope the state will provide us some resources, because we certainly do not want to have happen here what happened in down below with all the houses that were lost in Malibu and that area.
And as I mentioned in my presentation, we're already seeing a little bit of that in the nonprofit grant that I mentioned about education and outreach.
So yeah, we want to make sure we save our city. We want to have our resources in place way before we need them. So thank you.
And to build on that, sorry, Art.
Oh, sorry.
You can go after this. To build on that.
I can go after him.
Thank you. To build on that, if we're able to secure grant funding or some type of funding, that would unlock somebody to go out and look at people's properties and get clearance or get some kind of city documentation of compliance to give their insurance company to show that they're a low risk, even in a high fire severity area. They could go out, take a look at the properties and make sure that everything's in compliance. Also, if you work with a local insurance company, they can do that. And it shows that local insurance companies are offering mitigation credits if a property passes a wildfire inspection. So that's, I think, how the city could step in and help if we have some extra funding.
Well, yeah, and the city can also step in and help low-income residents and the elderly that aren't able to clear their own properties. So we want to make sure that we reach out to the communities in need and help provide services for them or money to pay for services. So, yeah. Okay.
Can I?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
Well, now I have nothing to say. No. To our charter, yes, our charter gives us flexibility when it can give us flexibility. It can't trump state law, just like the state can't pass ammunition bans that go against the federal government. There's a chain of command in the laws and how we do things, and this is one of those that we have to accept. But I do agree that the reason that these maps are here is to provide us with the understanding to go get some federal and state resources to help us, but also the understanding to what Councilmember Bishop said. There are things that we can do. There's personal responsibilities that we can take. The insurance companies don't care about this map. They're going to find maps worse than this. They're going to do whatever they can to deny claims and raise rates, and that's a battle that they have with the insurance commissioner. But for us and this situation, I think that there is more that we can do to educate people on the personal responsibilities that they can do, and I think that we ought to do that because it's a benefit for everybody. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
No, I just want to say I completely agree. And when it comes to state and federal law, I've been taught that the most restrictive restriction restricts. So if they're saying this is what the state or federal government says this is what the map is,
You ever thought?
we're restricted to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, are you heading up here?
Is it okay? Yeah.
Were your ears burning?
I want to offer a couple, good evening.
Thank you.
Pro Tem and Council,
Welcome.
good evening. I just wanted to offer a couple more things. Megan did an amazing job, by the way, really right on point. I can't speak to the insurance issue, but what I can talk about is preparing your homes, because myself, my workforce care about you all so deeply. The fire safe councils that are local to your community, your LA County Fire Department, we have people available to help you identify hazard. It's important to make the distinction on the maps between hazard and risk. The new map was not based on risk. It's based on hazard, which takes climatology, fuel type, fuel concentration, propensity of wind. It's a much different picture. But what we can do to help you is we can help your fire safe councils identify grants, and we work very well with the city staff. So you reach out to my department, you reach out to me, and we can help join your fire safe councils or your local town councils to identify what you need to do in your homes to get ready. And then more importantly, presently for now, I want everyone to be aware, and if I'm inappropriate right now or taking time I shouldn't be taking, kick me out. I'm
No,
ready
no,
to
you go right ahead, sir,
Okay.
please.
I want everyone in this room to be aware and spread the word of the weather that is coming this week.
Yes.
Significant heat for a long duration. I know all of us up here in the AV love our weather. We love our desert. Well, I do. That's why I'm proud to serve the city and work for the public. But what I would like to share with you, you must be prepared. You must hydrate. You must limit your hours of work. Please do not be outside if you can avoid it from 10 a.m. to after 6 p.m. Please help us. Also, we're going to be in a red flag at some point come Thursday through Sunday. We all know what that means for fire weather up here. So please take appropriate caution so that we come to help you. We can give you the most help that's available by working together with you. I apologize for taking over the meeting. I know it's out of place.
No, we
but very good.
appreciate your input. Thank you so much.
No.
Thank you so much.
The cool zones the city can help you with, I believe some of the staff, I'm not exactly sure where they are.
Okay, for the seniors.
I know that every fire station is a cool zone, but we're not.
It's gonna get hot.
Yeah, it is. Okay,
We'll get that information out.
yeah, we will. So now we have to adopt ordinance 1656 before we vote on it, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt ordinance
Motion to adopt.
1656? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none. All right, now, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All righty, excellent. Now we are at city manager's report.
9.2?
Aren't we?
9.2?
I'm sorry, I skipped one.
Ma'am? Yes.
We are at 9.2, District Election Advisory Subcommittee. And now we have, the attorney's going to provide a report.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. This item is brought before you pursuant to your request at the last meeting to create a subcommittee, ad hoc advisory subcommittee, consisting of residents, possibly council members, to discuss and provide advice to council on the directly elected mayor or elections in general. And so the item is for discussion. What will happen is if you would like to create this subcommittee, I would just need the parameters of what that would entail, including things like how many people, what kind of qualifications do you want them to have? Are there gonna be council members on it? How long do you want this committee to be for, right? If they're supposed to give you some sort of advice or proposal, do you want it to be complete within a year? You know, if the goal is to move quickly, if you leave it open-ended, you know, people just take forever, right? So some sort of parameters to get this thing off the ground. I would bring it back with a resolution that basically would enact everything that we discussed today. So it's mostly a discussion for clarity and scope and the parameters of what this committee would do. What I have kind of used in my brain as a example would be something like the Measure AV Oversight Committee. We have residents on there with certain qualifications that provide advice to council on the direction of the spending of Measure AV funds. So something like this would be a committee created to and that's what I need from you is what scope of the election would you like to be considered? Are we just talking about directly elected mayors, districts? What would you like the advice or the scope of this committee to be so that they can provide advice to council?
I'd like to find out first, before we make any decisions, what we can and can't do with this committee before we start asking people. Because the city has been sued once and lost $14 million violating the first Voters' Rights Act, and then threatened to get sued again by that same attorney. and we don't want to lose any more millions of dollars. So I just want to find out what we can and can't do. I thought that was kind of our report back.
And so there is also another option without the committee. We could seek declaratory relief in the CVRA lawsuit, which means we would file a motion, go back to the judge, which that judge is now retired, so it would be a new judge that we would have to educate. But it is possible, we go back to the judge and ask, what can we do here? Because the issue, as Councilmember Olson alluded to last time, once, there is no case law about cities that have gone back after they've gone to districts. What typically happens, cities get sued, they pay a lot of money, they go through the districting process, and then they leave it alone because the whole thing was painful to begin with. Now, if we do want to go back, if we do want to make changes, a safe way to do that would be go back to the judge and ask, are we bound by this judgment to go to 5 specific districts, or can we make changes? And then, if the judge does say yes, though, we would have to get demographers, census data, and go through the whole process again.
And at that point, seems like that would be the time to put the committee together at that point.
Well, my motion was gonna be to run these simultaneous, right? Because since I've been on the council, I have asked for the legal analysis 3 times until the 4th time I said, let's just do this, right? So in my mind, let's go back to the previous council and the redistricting that happened after the census. There was a requirement from the state that everybody after the census has to go through redistricting. There was a redistricting committee that was set, and they went through their different timelines, and they met with the community and did the outreach and the things that were required by law to do. They came to the council, they presented a map, and you guys decided, forget the map, we're gonna go our own way, hired a demographer, created a 5-district map, voted for it, and here we are.
Clarification,
Yeah.
briefly. The demographer was acting simultaneously to the time that the community groups were offering district maps. So that was happening at the same time.
Okay.
And all of the maps came under consideration at the same time.
Okay, I stand corrected. Regardless, we're here, right? Which I do believe, under the CVRA, under election code, under our charter, that ordinance was allowed. So the question is there a path back? And I think that's what we need the clarity on. So my motion is, let's go to the court, let's seek the declaratory relief, but also simultaneous, that's a process that's gonna take time. Simultaneously, let's create a 5-member citizen committee. Each of us appoint 1. I don't think they need to have special qualifications other than they care about their city. So let's all pick 1 person, let's have a group of 5, work with a consultant demographer that will draw maps, that will explain the law, that will, walk them through it on what is possible, what is not possible, and then we can get a report back from that citizen-led committee on what they discovered with the consultant demographer. If there's a path back, great, let's do it. If there's a clear no, we'll know that right off the bat. But if we have the judge involved, we have a demographer involved, we have a citizen-led committee, and we ask all the right questions, I think we can get to the right answer.
So, yeah. So one of the proposals is that we don't disturb the current lineup. 5 districts remain in place. All we would do is add a position for a mayor at large. And that creates the issue of a tie vote because it'd be a 3-3. So then there's several avenues of dealing with that. So I think the proposal that's been made, that I've talked about, and that has also been made by community members, has been to leave the 5 districts undisturbed. We're not going to mess with that. And we don't need a demographer to draw new lines because that would remain in place. And so the only thing would be to add a mayor, a directly elected mayor, and then deal in the ordinance with how, if and when there is a tie vote if we have to deal with it at all. I mean, one of the ways to approach it is if there's a tie vote, the motion fails. Now, the problem with that is on really important issues such as the budget. If we end up with a tie vote on that, we can't just kick it down the path because there's timelines that have to be met. And there has to be some way of breaking any such tie. Now, I don't imagine that there would be ties under such an important question, but it could happen. And we would have to deal with that in advance. So long as, I support your idea of asking for clarification from the court. I think that's a good idea. So that we know where we can go with that as far as this action is concerned. The other thing we can do is simply have your analysis or an analysis where we as a council can vote to simply select the mayor by allowing the people to select the mayor. We could do that. And we need that analysis from you on how we do that. I think that's a process that would be allowed by our charter. So that's an approach. And we don't have to go through, the only objection that I have to, give me just a second, to forming the commission and all of that is that it's all going to take time. It's going to take quite a bit of time. I imagine that the motion for clarification with the court can be done fairly quickly if you do it fast. So we'll see. Those are my points. But we're not going to disturb the 5 districts. One of the proposals is would not disturb the 5 districts at all.
And that's fine. What I'm suggesting to have the citizens-led group can explore that. They can explore leaving it the way it is. They can explore 5 districts, or 4 with the mayor, or 5 with the tiebreaker, or 6 with the mayor. I don't care what they explore. I just want the answer to be, these are your legally sound options. Because I understand that there's a proposal to not disturb the districts and just add a mayor. I'm not 100% convinced that that in itself doesn't violate the CVRA, but I'm not the expert. You know, I've had to ask for the legal analysis so many times because I talked to, I swear, 5 different attorneys and I got 5 different answers. So let's just put the questions to bed. Let's work through it. And the reason I want this citizen advisory committee is because the people should have a say in how the process works. And look, if there's no path back, as our attorney said, some cities have explored to see if there's a path back. No city ever pulled the trigger on trying to go back. I don't mind being the first. We're the first to do a lot of things. So we're obviously not opposed to that. I just want to make sure we close the door on any potential liability.
Of course, we're all in agreement with that, but the easiest way to put this before the people is to give it to the people.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
Right,
do.
so-
I'm trying to give it to them to work through the process of legality to get to the point that we need to get.
So just if this is sort of my area of practice. I've done this work for many years, and all the way up to the California Supreme Court. I'm very proud of the work that I've done because it's made phenomenal change. And for those who disagree with the establishment of District 5, I beg to differ. I think it's created growth and opportunity for participation in our local governance here in the city of Palmdale, but statewide, enhanced leadership and local representation, direct representation. But I'll leave that aside because this is an issue very near and dear to my heart. I chose this area of practice. So just a couple things. I'm not going to give legal advice to the city publicly because I now represent the city as a city council member. And so it is now my job not to work as a voting rights legal advocate. It's my job to defend the city. So a word of caution. If we are to create, because that's what's on our agenda today, is the establishment of an advisory subcommittee. If we are to create an advisory subcommittee and you have demographic reports and racially polarized voting experts prepare reports, typically those types of reports are privileged as a matter of litigation. And when you disclose them and when you talk about them publicly, you expose yourself to additional, risk. I'll leave you with that. Because I don't know that it's the wisest thing to have citizens and demographers and racially polarized voting experts and have the experts develop reports that could then potentially be used in litigation and have those publicly available for everybody when we want to make sure that we are legally positioned properly. So just a word of caution, you guys will end up doing what you may, but there have been a lot of options that have been put on the table today, but I just want to remind this council that what is on the agenda is the District Election Advisory Subcommittee, not all these other, proposals that have been mentioned today. So just a few words of caution.
Yeah, I guess to that extent, I don't understand how my recommendation is any different than the required redistricting after every census. There is a redistricting committee that is established that works with the demographers and the experts to come up with
The difference is that we are directly facing potentially imminent litigation. That's the difference.
I agree with that, but
I would agree with that, and I would, like I said earlier, I think this is putting the cart before the horse, and I think it's no secret that everyone on council and probably a lot of people in this audience know that I fully support 5 districts. I fully support the CVRA and the position we're in. Most cities in LA County operate this way. Now the hospital board operates this way, the water districts, the school boards, and most cities. So this is a result of a lawsuit. This is a result of a judgment of why we're here, and I'm going to respect to uphold that. So I'm not going to support this.
So before we vote on 9.2, could we ask the city attorney, could you just check with the judge and see what they have to say before we even move forward on this?
Well, we would have to file a motion. Can't just call them and say,
Well,
hey.
no, I understand.
What do you think?
I know you don't
What do you
say, "Hey, I'm
think,
here."
Your Honor?
I get it. No, I understand.
No, we can we could file a motion for declare.
Is it prudent to do that before we put together a committee? Like Andrea
I
said?
think that it might answer a lot of the questions, but I will say, the CVRA judgment didn't, this is the issue, it didn't necessarily, it required districts. How the city got to districts, the judge didn't say this is what you gotta do. They said you gotta go to districts, you figure it out. So the city went to 5 districts. The issue then becomes, okay, well, we did that in response to this lawsuit. The judge said that's good. The question is, does that mean we can't do anything else? Or are we okay if we just leave 5 districts and add a directly elected mayor? On its face, to me, that sounds like something that we could do. Now, the issue becomes there being a tie, so that would be a kerfluffle we'd want to think through. But I have heard other proposals of, do we want to redo, if we want to redo any portion of the districts, we would have to go back and ask the judge if that's a good idea to do. Because, and I've heard 4 districts and a directly elected mayor. I think the safest thing would be to leave the districts alone and add a directly elected representative. But the best, safest course would be to ask for declaratory relief to see if that is something the judge thinks is feasible.
So to ask for declaratory relief is absolutely a viable option, but because it's a newly appointed judge, you're gonna have to recreate the record. So nothing is gonna happen quickly. If there's any suggestion that we just go to the judge, file a motion, and we get clarity, in a quick order, that's not what's gonna happen. It's going to take some time. I think at a minimum, I'm not sure if even our city attorney has clarity on what we would be asking of the judge in a declaratory, relief action. Are we asking for, disrupting the districts? Are we asking for 7 districts? Are we asking for an at-large mayor and 5 districts, 4 districts? I don't know that there has been clarity on what the request would be of the court. And I think we keep, pontificating about a variety of options, but we've never really given clear direction to our city attorney as to what we want to explore. If one of the things that I know, Councilmember Olsen, you've asked for several times for, is a full legal analysis. Is it viable for us to even ask the court to do 1, 2, 3? We haven't taken an action to direct the city attorney to come back with that. We've talked about putting it on the agenda, but we've never actually voted to direct the city attorney to do that. So at a minimum, first step is clarity on what we're asking, and two, getting clarity from our city attorney, giving them an opportunity to really research exactly what it is that we're asking, so then they can develop a plan, if necessary, if it's the council's wish, to then seek guidance from the court. But right now, we're all over the map here, literally.
To be fair, though, like, the reason we're here having this conversation today is because of my frustration with continuing to ask for the clarity. You know, I've been a council member for 2.5 years. I asked for it almost the second month in and continuous. So I would love to get that clarity. But the reason that I brought this forward is, yes, I want the clarity, but yes, going to the judge is going to take time. That's why I'm saying let's run everything simultaneous to expedite the process, so we don't spend months waiting for a judge and then spend months working with, we can, you know, chew gum and walk, but here we are again going to kick the can down the road like we do. I'm getting frustrated with that. That's, you know, I'll put that aside real quick.
So what do you want the committee
That's
members
what I
to
was
do?
gonna
Getting
ask.
back to this, if we appoint five members to this subcommittee, what exactly do you want them to consider and do?
I want them to work with the CVRA consultant demographer to understand the legality, and then if we have to draw the maps to show people visuals of, hey, this is what you're asking for, this is what it looks like, this is why it's going to be a problem, or this is why it's going to work. I think the visual helps. I think going through the whole exercise helps, just like we do after every census, right?
Well,
And the governor and the state of Texas have both shown we don't need to wait for censuses to do this. So let's just jump on the wagon and do this.
I guess my question is, why are we even considering modifying the districts? Why don't we just find out if we can leave the districts alone?
Because you have to. You can't just say, you know, we want to go back or add to it. There is a process that's defined by law. You have to account for whatever growth occurred. Maybe in that 6-month time frame or 1-year time frame,
see what you're saying.
more people moved to my district than they did yours.
Okay.
They have to calculate certain things. There's numbers and things required by law that have to be accounted for. That's what I'm saying. Let's understand it. Let's account for those things. Let's do the math, show everybody the math, and then make decisions.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking for.
I guess-
I'm not
I
asking for
guess
them
I'm
to
just a very
recommend something that
simplistic
we have to
person.
get married to.
Yeah.
You know, just, this is a process of information.
Yeah, I just thought it was gonna be easier, like, leave the districts alone, add the mayor.
It's not, that's right. So that's why I think there are things that have said that complicate this
sorry.
conversation, because they're assumptions, right? Like the original judgment. At the time, the judge wrote, quote, removing the directly elected mayor was not the appropriate remedy to address the concerns of the VRA. He just wanted districts. So we ended up with districts and a directly elected mayor. But they also said, after this, govern yourselves according to your charter. And the charter allowed the council to then take away the directly elected mayor and go to 5 districts, but the CVRA might not allow it back, right? And so to say that we got here because we're under the court order, no, we're not. The judge made his judgment, and then we moved on. And that there was no lawsuit that forced us to remove the directly elected mayor. There was threat of it, but there was no actual case.
And I wanted to make that clarification as well, that.
We shouldn't
the
operate
action-
on threats.
The action on the 5 votes, that is, say, the 5 districts, there was no judicial overview of that. It just happened. It was something that the council did on its own. But when we adopted the district lines originally, right, after the 2020 census, and I think we adopted those in the district lines in 2022, that is a fairly permanent order that doesn't get reviewed again until the 2030 census, and then the population shifts are taken into account. If we're not going to disturb the district lines at all, which is one of the proposals, there's no need to go into the demographers and all of that. So I don't believe that expense is necessary, because we spent several $100,000 back in 2020.
I'm not saying that this is what I believe. I'm saying that I believe others will still have issue with that, because if you leave the districts alone and add one more citywide seat, the historic data shows the west side outvotes the east side 2-1. The historic data shows that a white man is likely to win that seat. So I do believe that that is enough cause to take it to court to strong-arm us. I want to avoid that at all possible. I'm not saying I think that that's the case or I reject that notion. I'm just saying it can be considered with all the other possibilities. Let's consider everything and move forward appropriately.
And I have also been requesting, and have requested several times, that we have legal analysis from your office on the approach. I mean, that's something you can research. That's something that you can tell us what the approach could be on, for example, whether the council can act on its own, whether a commission is necessary, and what are the legalities there, what are the requirements. I think that Councilman Olson suggested that any person who cares about the city of Palmdale could be on it. Well, I'm not sure that's exactly accurate. I think the person should be a citizen of the United States and residing in the city of Palmdale, for instance. I mean, there's certain things that I think that the state law requires us to do as far as who gets placed on something like this. But again, I think the request is that we get some legal analysis from our city attorney's office. You can do it. I thought that's what you were mandated to do last time.
This was the request for last time, but the issue is that I've heard probably different, like 5 different proposals of
Well,
how this would work out, and so.
Go back to the record, check out what the 5 proposals are, and do an analysis on those.
I think that, maybe we should subcontract that analysis to a CVRA expert, right? I'm okay with that. I was trying to expedite this. I was trying to put everything in motion at once so that we can get the answers we need and get on with what we need to get on with. But I don't think I'm getting the buy-in for that. So I will make a motion that we subcontract with a CVRA consultant to get the legal analysis.
So the CVRA consultant would also be a legal team that would be associated with that.
Right. Yeah, we just clarify, when you say CVRA consultant, do you mean CVRA consultant team that would include demographers, racially polarized voting experts, and lawyers? Or is it just lawyers? Or what do you mean?
Whoever is going to clearly lay out a path of how we can do it, or clearly shut the door on why we can't do it. We need to be told what our options are. If that requires a demographer, let's hire a demographer. If it doesn't, we don't need them.
How about this, look, I'm gonna remove myself from this portion of the conversation, but how about we just do what's a simple thing, direct the city attorney to go back to opposing counsel on our original case to see what is available, what's on the table. We haven't even engaged in that conversation yet. That's a very easy step, a phone call from our attorneys to theirs to say, where do things stand? What can we do? What are you amenable with?
Well,
if the answer is absolutely nothing, the answer is absolutely nothing. Or maybe the answer is, well, maybe we could work with you together to craft, something that doesn't end up in, litigation that
well,
is
because quite
never
honestly,
ending.
the opposing counsel hasn't been honest with us in their efforts on anything else, so I really don't trust the opinion.
I
want the opinion of someone that we can trust.
I have a question.
I was not opposing, to be clear, I was not opposing counsel in the action against Palmdale. I wasn't even working as co-counsel with Schenkman and Hughes at the time. I joined the team after. So I had no involvement in the action against the city of Palmdale. To be clear, check the record, check every filing that has ever been made in the CVRA actions with relation to the city of Palmdale.
So is your motion to?
I wanted to ask just to see if I can get some sort of clarity
Do you mind
here.
if I ask my question first, Counsel?
You can.
Is your motion to ask Harper Burns to retain someone that has the expertise in the CVRA, legal team, to see what the path forward is as far as what we can do in light of the law of the California Voting Rights Act and in light of the judgment, those things. To have Harper Burns hire someone who has the legal expertise in this field, before we go beyond and start hiring all these different people that are gonna cost an enormous amount of money.
Yes, let's hire someone with the legal expertise, but let's also initiate the conversation with the courts.
Okay, so do we want to move forward with this subcommittee or table this item?
Hold on,
what
I
we're
want,
asking.
real quick from legal. Should we run those things simultaneous or just wait for the CVRA? Should we engage the courts?
My first question is, is there a desire to disturb the districts, or is the question just, can we add a directly elected mayor and make it 6?
All right.
That's the question.
We'll get the answer after we hire the expert. Let's just get on with that one thing, hire the expert. Yeah, but that's not the legal sound way, because the people are clear.
Point of order. No comments from the public until we have public speaking. Thank you.
So,
The
so
agenda
can I
tonight is
get,
to have a
the
district-
agenda is this one thing. That's why I said I'm reminding everybody what's on the agenda, what's actionable and what's not.
We are
And we have a lot of
currently on
pontificating about what we can and
9.2.
cannot do, but what's clear is what's on the agenda restricts what we can do tonight. But just to the extent that you're suggesting we retain a legal team, what's the process by which we do that? It's under city manager authority to just do it independently? Do we go out and seek, issue an RFP or,
No.
request for qualifications? Do we just hand select? How do we hand select? What are the qualifications? Is there gonna be a short list of attorneys? I mean, I could name them, in 10 seconds, who are the best in the state. And we are the best. So but that's, setting that aside, I don't know how we're gonna go about doing this. We're just gonna find attorneys that somehow practice the California Voting Rights Act, and then they're good, they're the ones that we're gonna rely on in order to give us, this.
We have a city attorney. If your motion is to direct the city attorney to retain an expert, a legal expert in the CVRA area in light of the judgment, that they retain such a person to do the analysis, because apparently they haven't been able to do it, and come back with a report as soon as possible on the legal standing on this issue.
Yes, and to expedite it, I think an RFP would be,
Unnecessary.
we just do it under the city manager's authority to work with the attorneys to retain the consultant.
If that's your motion, I'll second it.
But that's not on the
Just-
agenda tonight.
It's not on the
is
agenda
just-
tonight, but also just FYI, I don't know, does the city manager have the knowledge and expertise to know who is a voting rights expert?
Well,
Who
I
is
think if
best
you know,
equipped
then
to-
she probably knows.
I'm a voting rights expert. What do you mean? That's really
So,
ridiculous.
I-
This is my
It
field
is
of
my
law.
understanding that we could ask for that as a future agenda item when we get down to number 13. But currently, we are at 9.2. Do we have a motion and a second on that? We gonna table the item? We gonna vote on the item? Council, what do you wish to do with 9.2?
My motion is to form the citizens committee to work with the consultant and the expert, but I don't think I'm gonna get a second.
I think it's
There we go.
premature to have 5 residents involved in a committee when we don't have the expertise to understand what it is we're doing.
So I'll make a motion or a substitute
But
motion.
it's the cart or the horse. You're gonna have the expert in one way or another. It's just a matter of who the hell he talks to.
If it's Councilmember Olson's wish, he could receive and file his own motion and we can table it.
Yeah, the motion was to receive and file and table it. Or second Andrea's, if that's what hers.
Motion to receive and file? Receive and table. So we have a motion and a second on that? Mr. Lowe?
You have a motion and a second just to receive and file this matter?
And table it.
Table it.
Okay, to table this matter, okay. Table the matter,
Okay,
receive and file,
let's
and
take a
table the
vote
matter.
on
Okay,
9.2.
receive and file, and table. And the motion was by Bishop?
Yes.
Second?
I believe it was Mr. Lowe.
No, I didn't second.
Oh, do we not have a
Second.
second on this item?
No, I suggested that since it was Councilmember Olson who was the maker of the original motion that created this agenda item, that it would be, if he'd like to, he could receive and file and request a table. But then I think Councilmember Bishop assumed that I was making the motion. If that's the case, no problem. Happy to reiterate a motion to receive and file and table the matter until further consideration.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can table this one, but I'll bring back conversation in item 13.
So we do have a motion and a second.
Yes. Start voting. Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay. Now we are at item number 10. Sure, yeah, let's take a 5-minute break so we can use the restroom. Okay, we're going to be resuming the meeting. If everyone can take their seats, I'd appreciate it. Okay, we are back in session now, and we are on item number 10, City Manager's Report. What did we miss now? I don't think we missed anything.
This is the attorneys.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we're at City Manager's Report, item 10.
Good evening. Sharing a few things that are still happening in Palmdale after we closed out our summer concerts. So we have the Palmdale Farmers Market is going to be open through October 31st. That is every Friday at Palmdale Oasis Park. Come and enjoy some free activities, kids' activities at the market. EBT cards are accepted as well. It's a great place to come out and enjoy with your family. We also have the the Palmdale Partners Academy. It does start tomorrow, August 20th. There are a few slots still available for those that are interested. You still have time to register. Tomorrow is the last day to register. And that's an annual program that we offer for residents to give them an inside look at city operations. And like I said, the first session starts tomorrow. You can access information on the city's website. We have our Generations Juried Art Exhibit Opening Reception. That's scheduled on August 22nd. That's a Friday from 6 to 8 at Palmdale Playhouse and Legacy Commons. You're invited to a free night of art, music, and celebration. Come join us at Legacy Commons and Palmdale Playhouse. There's going to be light hors d'oeuvres, and the award ceremony will take place at 7:30 p.m. The exhibit will run through October 2nd. Winning pieces will appear in the 2026 Generations calendar. There's also the Books and Barks at our Palmdale City Library. So come join the Palmdale City Library for Books and Barks, an opportunity for young readers to improve their reading skills with therapy dogs from the High Desert Obedience Club. And that is on Tuesday, August 26th from 3:30 to 5 p.m. And we have at the Palmdale Repertory Theater performance, The Prom, and that is this is an award-winning musical comedy, follows 4 Broadway stars who take on a small-town controversy to help a student bring her girlfriend to prom. Tickets are available now at the Palmdale Playhouse. It runs on Friday, August 29th, Saturday, August 30th, Friday, September 5th, and Saturday, September 6th, 8 p.m., and also Sunday, August 31st, and Sunday, September 7th at 2 p.m. And lastly, we have our District 4 Neighborhood Watch. So you can come out and meet your District 4 council member, Mr. Eric Olson, public safety staff, local law enforcement, and community partners dedicated to keeping your neighborhood safe. And that is going to be on Tuesday, September 9th from 6 to 8 p.m. And once again, that's at Dominic Masari Park.
Great. Okay, we are going to move on to item number 12 because we already had the sheriff's report. So we're moving on to non-agendized public comments.
We have Michael Ross.
Thank you. I just want to say I think our city clerk does a great job.
Thank you.
She
We
really
think
does.
so
It's
too.
like
Thank you.
watching somebody ride a Bronco. You do a great job. Judge Mooney, and I'm going to quote something that Jason Zink actually sent us via email, and it's part of the article about the districts. It says, Judge Mooney also set boundaries dividing Palmdale into 4 geographic zones, one for each council seat, and ordered a special election in June for all 4 council seats. That was the establishment of the districts. He goes on to say, the mayor's seat is not included. That post will continue to be elected in a citywide vote. That was what the judge ordered back then. So this city council, not all of you were on it at the time, literally stripped the people of their ability to vote for their mayor, and all we're asking now is for that to be put back. So we're not really going back per se. We want our rights as citizens that we had taken from us, that our voices were silent upon because we didn't get the opportunity to speak. So I do take umbrage to Mr. Bishop saying that we need to be quiet. I will not be quiet when I start seeing things that I think are derailing us. The things that you brought up last week, you were completely wrong on. We've never said we want the districts to go away, never. All we've asked for is for our mayor position and the office of the mayor to be reestablished in our city because we, the people, think it's important. I don't think you need any subcommittee or anything like that. Do a survey. You're going to find out that the majority of the people want to have their mayor back. You know, I'm sick to death of hearing about lawsuits. When we did our 1577, that was a thing that we constantly heard. We're going to get sued. We're going to get sued. We're going to get sued. We were objecting to being forced to take a shot, that we didn't want that stuff in our bodies. If somebody else wanted to do it, that's fine, but we didn't want that. But we were constantly trying to be shut down because we were afraid of a suit. I see lots of money going every place else, except for when it comes to protecting us. I don't care if we're in a lawsuit. We're paying premium here to live in this city right now. Use the money in a lawsuit to protect your citizens. That's your first order of business. So what we're asking for, and by the way, I don't care what other cities are doing. What I care about is what our city is doing. If everybody does something wrong, then everybody's doing something wrong. And finally, somebody has to stand up and say, no, we're going to do it right. It's like the emperor's new clothes, you know? We get tired of that. We get tired of this constant lawsuit thing going on. Let's stand up and be a community and support the people and what the people have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Mark Maldonado.
Council, how you doing? So there was a city council meeting in Lancaster, and I'm leading the Lancaster Freedom Coalition now. So there was a lady that actually came up and talked to the council about what happens when she comes into the city to shop and go to church and do community events. And the mayor shut her down. And what the mayor said is, if you don't live in Palmdale, stay out of Lancaster. If you live in Palmdale, stay out of Lancaster. But yet, the mayor had the audacity to come into this courtroom and pull a city councilwoman out during a city council meeting. And it's okay for Lancaster to come in to Palmdale and disrupt a city council meeting, but people that want to go into Lancaster and shop, they don't live there, they're told to stay out of Lancaster. I think you guys as the city council need to talk about that with the mayor over there. I think that's something that should have never been said. Also, the project over there in Lancaster at the fairgrounds, you guys paid a bunch of money, correct?
I voted no.
Okay, but the money came from Palmdale, correct? That's an investment. I would consider that some type of an investment. What is the return on your investment? Do you guys even know what you get in return for that? Where the money could have been used in Palmdale for things that needed to be in Palmdale, not in Lancaster. And if you look at it, if there is a catastrophe and people have to go somewhere for shelter, Palmdale, people from Roseman will get there before people from East Lancaster. So
people from Palmdale won't even get a chance to use what they paid the money for. So do you guys even have answers of what you get in return for the 10 millions of dollars that you paid? Excuse me? But not everybody gets a seat on the fair board, right? And that's not what it was for. It was for shelter in case there was some type of a catastrophe, okay? The other thing, he quadrupled down on the fentanyl with the homeless. You guys, really, if you guys have anything to do with the mayor in Lancaster, you need to recuse yourself from anything that he says and let him know that you don't agree with that. His own city council doesn't even say anything about whether that was right or wrong, whether it was a metaphor or not, okay? But every time I go into a city council meeting in there, he's always he's always upset with Palmdale. Palmdale this, Palmdale that. Palmdale needs to stay out of Lancaster. Well, if that's the case, that's going to create division, and you guys don't want division, I'd imagine, right? So please, speak up to the mayor over there.
Thank you.
We have Carol Ross.
I'm going to probably say a lot of the things that you've already heard, but maybe with my spin on it. So first of all, I want to say, as far as the people, just like my husband had said, there's no confusion. We're talking, we just want to vote for a mayor. And I feel like confusion is being thrown in. We're not bringing the confusion. We don't really care about redistricting. That's fine. We want to vote on a mayor. And if you have to work out something else for a tie break, or can we also vote on a mayor at large and a mayor pro tem or something? I don't know, to where we have uneven numbers for voting. So that's my thing. So stop with all the confusion, because we're not bringing the confusion, but I feel like we're getting that confusion from the dais. And then the other thing is, I do agree, if there needs to be clarity, why is there not clarity from the city attorney, city manager? From my understanding, city attorney, city managers, they take direction from the city council. So that information should be coming through to where, like you had said, we don't keep tabling things because we don't have the information. That's absolutely ridiculous, and it's so frustrating. Also, too, just a second note here. A number of us were told today that we could not enter or give comments because this was at capacity when there were empty seats here. So I stood my ground outside and said, absolutely not. I'll wait outside if we're at capacity, but I need a comment card to turn in, because we were told, oh, I'm not sure you can even give comment. That's it, they're done. So I got to tell you, that is really scary to me, especially after what we just saw in Lancaster. And I'm going to harp right now on Lancaster and the Mayor Rex Paris there, who, just as Mark just said, some of the people from Palmdale were going there, and basically, sure, they were allowed to get up and speak, but they were berated. They were spoken over during their time. They weren't allowed to just give clear comment. And so this is where I think, okay, if he's going to berate the people from Palmdale and say, hey, go back to Palmdale and we don't want you here, then, hey, give us that money back that we are pouring into Lancaster. Thank you for voting against that facility, the Mark facility. I got to say, I was really disappointed that you voted for it, because you had a number of your constituents sitting there saying, please don't vote for it, but you voted for it anyways. And so if they're going to take our money, then they better be listening and hearing our voices. Otherwise, let's take that money back. And yes, he did double down on the fentanyl again. And those statements and those things that he does there are absolutely abominable. And I would like each one of you to say, I stand opposed to Rex Paris and the things that he is doing and the way he is treating the citizens and the way he is treating our city. And if you can't do that, then I got to tell you, I'm really suspect of what your relationship is with the mayor and the other town. We should not be doing business with somebody who is making these statements.
Thank you.
We have Betsy Haslett.
Good evening. Back to the agenda item of 7.1, I was appalled to see Ms. Alarcone tell Mr. Lowe, when he asked, what do you live in your district, your temper when you said it's none of your business. Excuse me, that is something that's been going on since before you were even elected, when you were running. where you live. It probably wasn't even the Antelope Valley. Then there were some incidents that came up where you needed a private chauffeur from the local sheriff department to take you to some residence here. But that's always been an ongoing thing regarding you. So I was just appalled at your temper on how you responded to Mr. Loa, that it was none of his business to ask that. It is his business. It is your responsibility to respond favorably to the people here sitting out here and that aren't even here. I've heard you've had a temper, and it's showing tonight. Before you were even elected, I remember Mario from Palmdale Freedom Coalition reading a situation where you had left your daughter unattended for hours down in LA, and it came up again later on after you were elected. During your installation, Mr. Olson reminded me tonight, it's been 2.5 years because you were both installed on the same night, how you said you thanked our ex-Paris, Mayor of Lancaster, for helping you with your campaign. And then someone, I think it was Mr. Maldonado tonight, reminded me of there was a city council meeting where I saw where you got up and walked out. It's on video. And I think you were gone 30 to 45 minutes before you came back in. So here we're talking about the city council needs to break their ties with RX Paris, but you continue to be supported by him, and this whole thing with the millions of dollars that went to the fairgrounds, why didn't you keep it for this city? I am in an unincorporated Palmdale, but it is a Palmdale address. As I've said two weeks ago, you want me to do business in your community, but as unincorporated, I basically have zero say. But thank you tonight, Ms. Betancourt, for saying you're welcome to come speak. And we're not going to be like the other city, and we know exactly who you were talking about because I did see that video. But Ms. Alarcon, the reason you've been taken off these committees is because of your liking to drink. And because I know PFC wanted to have you recalled, but they decided not to do it, but it was to prevent the city from being sued if you are on business as a city of council to be inebriated. This is one, I remember when the PFC members encouraged you to get help, and you've never done it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speaker cards on this section.
Rich, come up.
Hi, everybody. Rich Gallego from the Palmdale Freedom Coalition. This is as much for the people sitting behind me and maybe watching at home as it is for any of you. I want to be really, really clear about the comments that Mayor Paris made about giving the homeless folks fentanyl. He said at one point that it was a metaphor, which only told me that he doesn't understand the meaning of the word metaphor. But if it were a metaphor, it's a metaphor for this. It's a metaphor for murdering a segment of your population that has become inconvenient and doing it without constitutional rights being honored, without any due process, and by illegal means. Now, that their council has sat silent for months now, not one of them speaking out to denounce him for that, is reprehensible. Now, I know that certain people up here on this dais have connections to him either through business or they're reliant on him for funding and campaigns. I got to tell you guys, you know, I had a baseball coach a long time ago and made it real simple. You are who you hang with. And that is a reprehensible human being. He is not fit to lead anything. And that none of you has stood up and said so is really disappointing. It really is. And what he said the other night, last Tuesday rather, in their city council meeting, just so we can be very, very clear, he first berated a Palmdale Freedom Coalition member who went there and was very polite. Very polite. She didn't say anything I like. Before she got to the podium, he started berating her, asking her where she lived, as if that's relevant to anything. Then he got into a shouting match. Pardon me. He started a shouting match with Mark Maldonado. He violated the Brown Act several times. And by the way, we will be talking to the FPPC and the district attorney about that and see what can be done about that, because we're tired of it. He treats Palmdale citizens like we're the dregs of society and we have no business commenting. But we do business there. Some of us go to church there. Our kids go to school there. So we do have a say in what happens. And for him to say that if you live in Palmdale, don't come to our city? Anybody out there listening in Palmdale, if you're thinking of going and spending any money in the next month, I recommend that you do it in Palmdale. Take him up on his offer. Don't go to Lancaster. Don't spend any money there. See how that works. But you guys need to get a backbone. Stand up and denounce what he's been doing. It is not acceptable by any means.
Javier Flores, resident of Palmdale. I feel like I need to clarify something regarding the California Voting Rights Act. One thing, it protects two classes. There are two protected classes. That's the Latino community and the African American community. No one else. The whole law is there to protect those two groups of people. The reason that voting for mayor at large in this city is inappropriate and would be challenged is because we have reason to believe that that election, at-large election, also worked against the political interests of Latinos and African Americans. Well, it's been proven. The last four elections, Latinos ran, they lost. African Americans ran, he lost as well. So I think we've got grounds to prove that at-large elections work against Latinos and African Americans in this city for the position of mayor now. And that was what the threat was about in 2021. When Shengman said, yeah, I'm going to sue you guys, that's what he was talking about. He was saying, we have enough to prove that racial polarized voting took place again during the last four elections, which is why Latinos and blacks didn't win. Now, the question we need to ask ourselves is what's more important? The right for people to elect their mayor, they're going to have a mayor anyways, it's not like they're not, or the right for protected classes to be able to vote for someone of their choice. Not just Latino, not just black, because the history shows that Latinos and blacks have voted for other ethnic groups, other racial groups in the past. That's the question. What is more important? People here, some of them, want to convince you that it's more important for people to have a choice to vote. At large, on an at-large election. What we are arguing is that it does not supersede the right of protected classes to vote for someone of their choice.
Since,
Hold on.
I'm sorry, can I just say something real quick? Since you looked at me the whole time you were saying that, I assumed it was directed at me. But I agree with what you're saying. That's why I'm proposing the process that I'm proposing, because whether the court will agree with that or not, there is enough there to initiate that. He's correct.
Thank you. Come on up. I like your hat.
You may have it. I'm Roger Soderstedt. I represent no one but myself. But everybody says they wanted a direct elected mayor. Well, we had that for many years in Palmdale. And I think it was counterproductive. I don't think the city flourished under that system. I really like the 5 districts and a rotating mayorship. So I'd like to advocate for that. I don't know if anybody else wants that, but I suspect there are some out there that would like that system. And that would preclude all this having to get committees and hire consultants and all this stuff. We don't need any of that. We don't need to spend time and money on that. Take my suggestion, let it go at that. It worked out very well. Mr. Bishop, Ms. Betancourt, I like them, and they just rotated into the position. It wasn't a popularity contest, which, let's do it my way. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Oh, hi, David.
Good evening. David Harris, Community Development Center, USA. Tonight, wearing the American Red Cross hat. The King Fire happened a week ago, came very close to some homes. Once again, I want to thank the City of Palmdale, the staff of the City of Palmdale, and Parks and Rec for mobilizing quickly, working with the American Red Cross to establish a emergency shelter at Marie Kerr. That shelter was used, and we just appreciate the cooperation and the continued support. And the Parks and Rec Department, every time I go to close a shelter, is awesome. So kudos to the team there at Parks and Rec. So thank you.
And David, thank you for all the work from the Red Cross. Come on up.
Good evening, folks. I've listened to everyone, what they've had to say today. I just thought I'd talk about something that no one's talked about tonight. As we sit here and speak, somewhere in Los Angeles, somewhere in New York, somebody is planning to kidnap my brothers and sisters of Latino descent. And they're doing it in a way where they're told and they get profits, they get recruited, right? That's their incentive to kidnap a brother who not only is a citizen or a legal permanent resident, even sometimes undocumented, and they label them criminals. So, family separation, kidnappings, no due process, racial profiling, and ICE anxiety. I just described what began since January and even Monday, what a student throughout America goes through right now. So when these theatrics that are valid here happening tonight continue, think about the entire national picture of what's happening to the future of people of color. It is, no one likes to say it, it is racially rooted and motivated. That's the American history. And I will end with this. Operation Wetback, look it up. Bracero program, look it up. Guadalupe Hidalgo Treaty, look it up. And in World War II, when our brothers and sisters of all colors, including Latinos and blacks, guess who stood home to save the industry in America? Latinos. Look it up. That's what we're facing now, and I shared that with you before the city attorney brings up 14.1. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you.
No further speaker cards on this section.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and we will close non-agendized public comments. Now we'll move on to item number 13, council reports, announcements, and requests for future agenda items. Let's go ahead and start with District 1.
Nothing at this time.
District 2.
I'm good.
Oh, well, I've got some things to say. I'm District 3. For our next meeting, I would like to request for a future agenda item, information on our homeless count. Because the numbers have been wildly just all over the place from people speaking. And I'm going to make it very clear, at no time would I ever agree with anyone poisoning a homeless person just to get them out of the city. Should never happen, should never be spoken about like that. That's an atrocious thing to say about any human being. I'm in the business of public safety. Regardless if you have a home or not, people have a right to live in a safe community. And to think that someone would actually say, we need to give them fentanyl to make them go away, is one of the most appalling things I've ever heard. Now, it is my understanding, because I went back and watched the last Lancaster City Council meeting, I saw that RX Paris has taken a hiatus for maybe 90 days. and Mr. Marvin Christ is now the temporary mayor for that city. So I'm hoping that in Mr. Paris's absence, that he has some reflection and finds maybe he can come back with a softer heart and better solutions than killing people to get the homeless out of the city. So I just want to say that. The other thing I want to bring up is a reminder to everyone that my town hall meeting for District 3 is going to be September 18th. It's a Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Palmdale Playhouse. I would like to see many of you there. Yeah, absolutely. I also want to say happy birthday to the city of Palmdale. If you see our incorporation date, it's coming up. I am 1 day older than the city of Palmdale. My birthday is the 23rd. City's the 24th. So I'm older than the city, so I guess I'm pretty old. And then the last thing I want to talk about is at the Recycled Water Board on Monday, we had agreed, Mr. Bishop and I, we both sit on that board, and the Palmdale Water District has an ad hoc committee to talk about moving forward with the Little Rock Dam renovation project. And so we would like to form an ad hoc committee for the city of Palmdale. And I don't know if we have to go through the city attorney to have that done, or if you can help us with that.
So ad hoc committee consisting of 2 council members?
Yeah.
You guys can just appoint 2 people, whoever wants to be on it.
Okay.
I guess we should put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
Is there a tight deadline as to when you need this?
No, there's not.
Okay, so
It's just we want to be working in collaboration with the Palmdale Water District to get the dam reopened, and we want to have their people and what they see, what they envision, and then we want to see what we envision, what our responsibilities and roles will be in making that happen.
Okay, we can put it on the next meeting, which will be in beginning of
September
October.
2nd. September 2nd, day after Labor Day?
Oh, wow. I
Yeah.
have no concept of time. Okay, yes, you're
Okay.
right.
If not, we can push it to the next meeting after
No,
that.
so I'm in a different month, so
Okay.
yes.
And for that, the attorney advised us, one of us off the Palmdale Recycled Water Board should sit on, not both of us because of
Okay.
quorum and Brown Act, but
Okay.
any
So
5 of us.
one person off the
One-
water board and one regular
Any one of
council
us.
person?
Okay.
I would love to be that person.
Then, okay,
I
that
thought
would be
so.
great. All right.
Totally forget that.
And so that's all I have for council reports, announcements, and requests for future items. So moving on to District 4.
I guess my future item is to request that we bring back an agenda item that will authorize us to direct the city attorney under the city manager's authority to consult with the CVRA consultant that will let us know what our viable paths are. Do I need to get a second and a vote to get that added to an agenda?
Yeah, I guess you could just all vote now if that's the direction you would like
All
to
in
give me.
favor with a voice, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Good enough? Yeah. Does that work?
Yeah. Can
Okay.
you said directs, my brain, I was listening
For
to
you,
you.
under
Direct
the-
city attorney to CVRA?
CVRA consultant and
Consultant.
executed under the city manager's authority.
Got it.
Is that all you have? All right, District 5?
All right, I've got a couple. First, let's start off with all of the investigations, the personnel investigations. So I'd like to request that we add to our agendas, closed session, open session, happy to do it either way. But specifically about the status of our investigation of I'll list them all, the city manager, city attorney, and both council members. The city manager, we directed that we retain a firm to audit financial fraud. What is the status of that? We need to know where that stands. There was also supposed to be a continuing investigation of Harper Burns and the city attorney's involvement of her role, of the city manager's personnel matters. Apparently, we as a city council voted to create a firewall with him. He is now still involved in all of those investigations. That's a problem. So I want to know the status of that. The council members, the status of the investigation into me, including who authorized private investigators to follow me. And then also the very specific investigation of Councilmember Loa's involvement in the marked money, the dispensing of money. To be clear, March 22nd, March 27th, 2023, check number 277968 was issued to the Antelope Valley Fair Authority prior to that matter coming before the city council. Then this matter came before the city council. The council only approved it with the contingency that it be, that we have a seat on the fair board. That contingency did not become effective until over a year later, yet that money was already spent before it was even brought to the city council. I want to be a public discussion about that transaction. All of those are publicly recorded and documented transactions. Y'all can check all dispensements that have been made in accordance with this. So that check, March 27, 2023, check number 277968. Council did not hear it until April 5th, 2023, and then there was the contingency. Why was the money sent to the city of Lancaster before the city council here authorized it to be sent? So those are all of the investigations that I would like there to be report backs on. I think these are all matters of public concern, and they need to be discussed openly. I had,
Including the investigation of the Saves incident?
yeah, all investigations, let's talk about them. Because the truth will set us all free, to be clear. And yes, I do live in the city of Palmdale. It's not that my anger has nothing to do with the question, because absolutely I live in the city of Palmdale, proud to be a resident here, and never had any intent to move anywhere. I've been dealing with a lot of family issues, which require my time elsewhere. My concern is that the allegations are coming from somebody who really his intent really is questionable. I've tried to keep a lot of these matters private out of respect for people, because I know what it's like to be on the opposite end of false accusations. But now everybody wants to talk about things publicly. I think we should have done it that way before, but since we're gonna out everybody for everything that they've been involved in, I think we need to be clear about the extent of all of those interactions. So I think I will leave it at that. My current address is, first of all, I don't have to answer to you. I have to answer to the people of Palmdale. My address is the same as my voting record address. My address is the same. It's been consistent. I have not, nothing has changed. I don't know where, false allegations. Also the allegation that my bar status, that I was disbarred at some point. Not disbarred. It's just a matter of a filing of a form. It was a temporary administrative matter that was already resolved. It's been removed from the website, but people make false allegations, and I've tried to restrain myself, but it's time and time again. These false allegations get made against me, yet I've been restrained about voicing the allegations against other council members. And so it's about time that we talk about everything in the open.
Thank you, Andrea. All right, so we are going to now move on to item number 14, the city attorney's report.
I forgot about, I had another one. Okay, so this is just a status update on the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, aka ICE agents. So, since council's initial request on July 8th, 2025, on July 11th, 2025, a federal court issued a preliminary injunction against federal enforcement agencies, including ICE, prohibiting the detention of individuals based on one or a combination of the following factors. 1, race, ethnicity. 2, speaking Spanish or speaking English with an accent. 3, presence at a particular location, like a bus stop, car wash, tow yard, etc. And 4, the type of work one does. You guys, that was actually my reaction when I read this preliminary injunction. I was shocked. But yes, and it has been appealed. The Court of Appeals upheld it in the Ninth Circuit. The federal government has appealed to the Supreme Court. We're waiting on an appeal. But what this injunction shows is that the court found that there were discriminatory practices in these arrests. So, as a result of this injunction, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department issued this updated ruling. That is, there's copies of it out in the foyer. And basically, they now have a procedure to identify federal agents on the scene and request identification or agency credentials. This also includes recording the encounter on the officer's body-worn camera to basically confirm if it is a federal investigation, enforcement activity, and to address these complaints that people have been making based on the masks and the lack of identification. The LASD now has a procedure to basically kind of document these events to the best of their ability to address these concerns. The other thing that needs to be mentioned is that there's a law in California that prohibits local law enforcement agencies from working or assisting federal officers with immigration and customs enforcement. So I say this to show that local law enforcement is already in kind of a weird spot. To my knowledge, California is the only state that has this law that prohibits them from working with federal law enforcement. So because of this, if you can't work with someone, it's kind of difficult to try to identify what they're up to, right? But they're doing their best, and we have this new procedure. The LA County Board of Supervisors is also considering an ordinance that would prohibit law enforcement officers from wearing a mask or personal disguise while interacting with the public. However, this would only pertain to unincorporated areas of LA County. We are watching that to see if there's any further movement. This initial request came about regarding this Huntington Park City resolution. And in that resolution, they directed their local police department to take action to identify ICE activities. The issue in Palmdale is that we contract with LASD, so anything that we ask them to do, they're running all of their requests through county council. They have been inundated with requests. They represent, I think, about 40 separate entities, and county council has to sign off on everything. When Captain Barden, before he went on paternity leave, we had reached out to county council about the request, but we haven't heard back yet. So we can still follow up with the county if there's something tonight that comes up that we would like to do. But at this time, it's recommended for a receive and file and for council discussion. But the most successful enforcement mechanism out of all of these things is that court case. Because as we know, federal law, state law, county, city, everybody else. So whatever any local agency would decide to do, either pass an ordinance or a resolution, it cannot tell the federal government what to do. They say, that's a cool law, we don't care, we're gonna do what we wanna do. There's also the issue of the LASD cannot obstruct federal law enforcement. That's bad. The LASD chief is getting letters from Bondi and all these other different federal law enforcement agencies saying, if you obstruct us, we're gonna prosecute you. So we've got the LA Sheriff's Department in kind of a precarious position where they're trying to prioritize their local communities, right? But at the same time, they can only go so far to do anything. In cities and counties can only go so far as to how they regulate the federal government. But the other thing we just heard at the beginning is that we've heard that there have been discriminatory practices in these arrests. So that's the status, and I leave the rest with the council.
Thank you for that. The only reason why I'm going to chime in is because I just want to make a few additional clarifying points. One, thank you for doing all of that research and for that report. The staff report and the attachments, for those of you who are listening and watching, they're really, really insightful. There's the entire 52-page preliminary injunction that is moving its way up to the Supreme Court. There's a copy of the Huntington Park resolution. There's also this 5-page LASD newsletter, which outlines the revised policy of the Sheriff's Department. I've asked that we've put several of these, I think there should be enough for everybody in the room, to be placed in the back so that you guys can all take a moment when you go home, if not tonight, read through them, because they are really thoughtful, revised policies by the Sheriff's Department. I think, as been noted, they've been put in a precarious situation. SB 54, the California Values Act, requires that they do not intervene. They are governed by the County Board of Supervisors. The County Board of Supervisors has, in fact, legally intervened in this lawsuit, and they've also directed their county council to come back with an ordinance for the unincorporated areas. Where does that leave us? That leaves us with the power to, and I think we should. The reason why I asked for this was because there were people that were impersonating themselves as ICE agents. This is less about the proprietary of the actual federal agents themselves. This is about the bad people who are going out and impersonating ICE agents and who are violating our children and kidnapping people, not identifying themselves, and who are actually stifling true law enforcement actions in every place in this country. That is a problem that jeopardizes our community, creates community trauma. It's a violation of so many different of our civil rights that you know. It merits action. We've got to do something, even though we heard our sheriff's captain say that there haven't been any federal enforcement actions thus far in the city of Palmdale. I think it's incumbent upon us to make a statement, to say that, yes, we stand in solidarity with our Sheriff's Department and with our County Board of Supervisors and with our state to say, no, we want to abide by the Sheriff's newly adopted protocol, which says specifically that they will, if individuals are acting in an enforcement capacity but are not clearly identifiable, the sheriff's deputies should request identification and agency credentials from on-the-scene federal agents in charge, record the encounter on body-worn camera, and then to create a very, very specific log of information and evidentiary information. All of that is really, really important protocol, and we should be supporting that. We shouldn't just sort of take a standoff and hands-off approach if and when there are, impersonators that come into our community and potentially harm our kids, our women, who, are just law-abiding citizens, many of them U.S. citizens. So I will leave that to you. What I would suggest is that we adopt a resolution of solidarity with the county and its actions, both as an intervener in the federal action, but in its direction to its county council to come up with an ordinance that will govern all of the cities in the county, but also the resolution to include its support for the newly adopted, as of July 11th, last month, newly adopted protocols and policies by the Sheriff's Department, which allow them to ensure that those that are enforcing en masse in unmarked cars, allows them the opportunity to ask for that identification, to document it, to log it, so that we can make sure that if and when we do have impersonators that are harming our community, that we can go back and we can identify them, find them, and penalize them for their actions.
If that's a motion, I got a second.
It's a motion to do what? I mean, it's a receive and file on the agenda, it's a receive and file.
I just made, the motion is, I'm the maker of the motion. The motion is to adopt a resolution to say exactly what I just outlined.
So we can bring that back.
Yes,
We're
it'll
gonna
come
bring
back
the
at the
language
next
of the
meeting.
resolution to-
Receive and
to
file and then bring it back. I guess somebody will draft a resolution.
I will draft the resolution based on what she just said, bring it back for the last meeting, You guys can review it. If there are amendments, we can make them at that time, and the resolution can either be adopted with amendments, or I guess change your mind and not adopt it, but it'll come back.
So I just want to say that, I work for the sheriff's department, but the fact that that training bulletin, informational bulletin came out, because we contract with the sheriff's department, therefore Palmdale has that policy. Because we contract with the sheriff's department, that is our policy. So I don't know, it's nice to go, yeah, we agree. And I think the sheriff's department knows that we support them 100%, and they're out there trying to keep us safe. And I just want to remind everyone that it is illegal in the state of California to impersonate an officer. Absolutely.
It's already illegal.
And the people that do should absolutely be prosecuted. I honestly can't remember if it's a felony or a misdemeanor, but we get several reports a year of people impersonating regular peace officers in fake police cars and that type of thing. This is something that happens throughout the year. It affects different agencies. Sometimes it's sheriff, sometimes it's LAPD. People pretend they're probation officers. It is a problem, but I just want everyone to be clear that that is against the law, and when those people are caught, they will be prosecuted. And the sheriff's department is very sincere about that, because they don't need fake people out there impersonating them and doing bad things, and then they get blamed for it. So it's very important to them to get these people locked up and not impersonating officers.
Part of the reason why a resolution, even though it does, of course, we don't have direct oversight over LASD, and I'm not suggesting that we do. What I'm saying is that we stand in solidarity with them in the requirement that they document and ensure that those that are enforcing the law or attempting to, or purporting to enforce the law are actual law enforcement agents. But the resolution can be helpful in a variety of ways to the county as well. As they move forward in this intervention, the federal lawsuit, they can attach that as an exhibit of this. We've got 25 cities in our county that support this. And so it's more.
I just want to be clear that that is our policy.
It is the policy. So there was the SB 54 that required certain things, and then there was a protocol before all of these legal actions and before the federal immigration raids began in LA County. But then there were these ones, just a month ago, that were recently adopted. These ones I think are important, and I think it's important that we take a stand. We've got to be vocal about how just wrong it is for our communities to be terrorized and for our kids to be scared to walk their dog to school. A senior was just detained.
I have to stop you right there, because there has been no ICE in the Antelope Valley.
I've acknowledged that.
I can't speak to other areas, but I don't want to scare our population by saying that bad things are happening to our residents when they are not. There is no ICE
That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is
I don't want the fear mongering. I don't want to scare people.
I'm not scaring anybody. Everybody has TV. Everybody sees what's happening. So I'm not scaring anybody. What I'm doing is ensuring that people will feel safe here, because we stand with our sheriff's department and with our county to ensure that all law enforcement activities that are here are proper.
To your point, Chair, during the fires a few months ago, there was a couple that had bought a fire truck from auction. They dressed as firefighters. They were driving around looting houses. There are ugly people in this world. So
there's already a law against that.
Yeah, there's already a law against that. But when a law enforcement agency starts to wear masks, it now makes it easier for those folks to impersonate. Now they get to cover their face. So what we're saying here is, because this is a thing, because that is happening, we are supporting our sheriff's department in their new policy that will require them to identify, so that we know for sure, are you here on legitimate federal business, or are you a bad actor in our city? I think that we stand behind our law enforcement every step of the way. I will always support our law enforcement, and this is another way to do that.
That sounds great. But the question is, I think, as the city attorney has pointed out, how do you enforce it? Let's say that you have ICE, Border Patrol, whatever the agencies are, and they're having masks, and we're putting the sheriff's department to confront them and ask them to identify themselves, which is already the policy of the sheriff's department, right? I mean, that, we have that. It's already there.
So I support that policy.
Yeah, this is not an ordinance. We're not directing anybody to act or
I-
to do
I-
anything. There's nothing to be enforced. This is a resolution to support the county and in the direction that it's heading in.
I
And it's
Just a letter of
I
support.
understand that.
That's it.
It's a letter of support, okay. So long as it's written along those lines, I'm sure it's gonna pass. But my point is, we're gonna say, we urge, we, you know, compel, not compel necessarily, but we request, we're nicely asking, whatever the resolution terms are, that you identify these ICE agents. But if the ICE agents refuse to do it, and let's say they're legitimate, let's assume for the moment that they're legitimate ICE agents, Border Patrol or whatever, and they refuse to take off their masks because many of them have been exposed to themselves being doxxed, right? So that in order to protect their identities, I think the federal government apparently has taken the point of allowing them to conceal their identity by having masks. But my point is, how are you going to enforce? How are you going to enforce a local agency to ask a federal agency to do anything? And I understand it's just us saying, it'd be a nice thing if we could have our sheriff's department ask for that. But the question is, what is the, you know, what's the rationale? In other words, I just don't understand what the purpose of that is. I mean, do it, it's fine, but to me, it's almost an act of futility.
If I can chime in for a second. Look, folks, it's a big, bad, scary world out there. Look out for yourself and look out for the ones that you love. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Take care of each other, take care of your family, and always look out for each other.
I think that we ought to be, and one of the things that's concerning, and I don't know, it seems like the federal court order mandating the federal government to do certain things, and that's what's up on appeal, raises issues about due process, about people having the opportunity to have counsel, to people, in other words, the government, to act constitutionally. Even if a person is here without documents, that person has constitutional rights. And that applies to the federal government as well. That is something that we could urge in a resolution. Because it's fundamental to our law in this government, in our country, that there are constitutional rights that are accorded and afforded to every human being within the boundaries of the United States and subject to its law. So
you're saying you want to add to the resolution that the federal government respect due
abide by the
process,
Constitution, absolutely.
that they don't interfere with green card hearings or anything else that's part of that due process? We're going to add that to have them respect that?
When you start saying interfere, that's a different word. All I'm saying is that the federal agency, just a second, please, that the federal agencies abide by the constitutional rights, that the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the laws in the United States be accorded to these residents.
So when I suggested that the resolution include language that says that we are supportive of the County of Los Angeles intervening in the federal lawsuit that's going before the Supreme Court, that's exactly this. And it sets forth that there were 2 violations found. Violations of the Fourth Amendment, search and seizure, violations of the Fifth, right to legal counsel and due process, in both regards.
I'm not necessarily endorsing us intervening
No, we're
in the
not
Supreme Court
intervening.
action.
We're not intervening.
No,
But the
supporting-
outlining of some of the principles. So for instance, some of the language in the Huntington Park resolution, which is exactly what I'm suggesting we model ours after, is, let's see, regardless, it says, whereas the city council believes, hold on, where is it? That the city is committed to the rule of law, civil rights, the safety of dignity of all residents, regardless of immigration status, that we should, abide by the California Values Act, and that we should allow, but it's broadly spoken, but I think it incorporates what you're saying. I don't know that we need to go into a whole bunch of discussion about, what federal
I think the.
agents should and should not be able to do.
We can't control the federal agencies. We can do a letter of support for our local agency and let them know that we back them completely in their efforts to prevent, fraudulent arrests and harassment of our residents. I mean, I think we all stand for that. We want our residents not to be afraid. Go out, shop, enjoy the parks, and know that we have your back. I think it's simple as that. So.
I mean, the government within the parameters of the Constitution has a right, based on reasonable cause, probable cause, if they have articulable facts that a person is an illegal alien or migrant, but they have to have facts. It can't be based on color. It can't be based on someone speaking Spanish or any other language. There has to be something that is real, factually supportable. And not just on appearance, not just on other factors such as those that are not related to facts that support the probable cause that that person is here illegally in the United States. The government should be allowed to do what it has to do, but it has to be based within the confines of our laws and Constitution.
And that's
all I'm
exactly
trying to
what,
say.
that's what the case does. I mean, the case is very clear, and the standard is not probable cause. It's reasonable, it's not reasonable, whatever you said. It's reasonable suspicion. That's the standard.
Well, that's
And
even lower than probable cause, actually.
But the problem with what the court found that the roving patrols, where you just go and do a sweeping
that's unacceptable.
raid in front of Home Depot, just because of where somebody stands, or just because of what somebody looks like, or just because somebody does not speak English, or may appear not to speak English, or speaks with an accent, or the location within where, if they're standing by a bus stop, those roving patrols are discriminatory and do not substantiate reasonable suspicion. The court has held that, and so what I'm saying is that what I would like to see, and I will reiterate my motion, is that we as a city take a stand and be vocal about our support, yes, for the U.S. Constitution, yes, for the rights afforded under it, but afforded to all. And yes, that we support our County Board of Supervisors in all of their legal efforts to try to find a remedy here in our county. And yes, we support the Sheriff's Department in their newly adopted protocols, which require that requesting the identification or agency credentials from on-the-scene responders.
That's the portion that I don't think, that's the portion that I think is not something that is going to be upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States. But I do believe that the constitutional rights of individuals in this country is going to be upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States in this lawsuit. So why are we doing things that just aren't supportable in real life? But anyway, draft the resolution and see what it looks like.
My second still stands on
Not
that.
supportive in real life. I support
You
it
know,
right here, right now, and this is real life.
So sometimes councils have to do things to let the public know that we support them. And I think at this moment in time, with what's going on in the world, I think our community needs our support.
Sure.
So I will agree with
Agreed.
with your.
We need to
We
support.
can't vote yet, sorry.
We need to support the entire community in every which way we can. But one of the things that I don't want to do is give some sort of false hope that everything's okay. When
No.
we don't see ice now, but we could in the future. So I don't want people thinking everything's fine, we're comfortable to do whatever we want, when the reality looms behind us that they aren't fine. And I agree with a lot of things that Mr. Lois said, because if they come into town with a felony warrant and they need to exercise this, I support that. But we see the videos. They don't have warrants in hand. They can't name the person that they're chasing. If you don't know their name, what are you doing? That's what we're trying to prevent. No, please, this is our time. I mean, come on, hold on. We recently restored the 3 minutes, full 3 minutes, for every single agenda item. What we cannot allow is just a free-for-all, everybody yells at us whenever they want. Please, we are here talking about a nation of laws and order. Respect our order, please. That's not too much to ask. Anyway, my second still stands. I support a resolution.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
We have public comments on
Oh,
this
I'm
item.
sorry.
We have
Whoops.
several
My
public
bad.
comments on this item.
Oh, okay, let's do public comments then. My apologies.
We have Leilani Ravelas. Leilani Ravelas.
Hello, my name is Leilani Reveles. My parents are immigrants who have lived here in Palmdale for over 30 years. And my father obtained his citizenship when he first came here. My mother obtained hers during our president's first term. And yet they are afraid. They're actively scared of what is happening around us. Masked ICE officials or people posing as ICE officials strike terror in the people of the communities that neighbor us. My mom, I like to go out and walk in my community. She doesn't like me doing that because she is afraid that because I speak Spanish with my friends, they're afraid that I could be targeted and therefore my family be targeted. And this isn't about immigration status anymore, it's about feeling safe in our community. And despite there being no official sightings of ICE in our community at this moment that we know of, they could come and they will come here. And we mustn't be lulled into a false sense of security. And we have to ensure the safety and security of our communities because what is happening in our nation right now is terrifying. If you can follow these patterns, it's scary. And we would like our city to support our community and have you speak for us that we will be protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Villagrana.
Hello and good evening, council members. My name is Brian Villagrana. I am a youth worker of Salva. We help immigrants know their rights. My parents are immigrants, and I'm their kid. I have a twin brother. I have other siblings, etc. While they may not be or care for the things that go on around them in the world, I do, and I do not like seeing that people like myself, who are Latino, who are Hispanic, whether they speak Spanish or not, be persecuted for how they look or how they sound by men with masks and rifles who will not identify themselves no matter what. I know sometimes on the things that we see on social media aren't real, but a lot of times they are. And a lot of times people are taken away and their voices are never heard from again. And I don't want to end up like that. I don't want to end up like that for how I look, or for how I sound, for how I talk, or my last name, or whether or not they ask for my ID or not. If I walk around the city and I could go away tomorrow because they show up and I can't trust in you to protect me or protect people like me, then I don't know if you will all be sitting in those chairs as you do now. And when I was a child, I did not believe that I would be standing here right now as if I was standing on trial for just saying, please protect me, I'm a human being, no matter what I look like. And I was told that that never existed, that that was never a thing. I wouldn't have to, sit here and defend that for how I am, or for who I am, or for where my parents come from. So I hope that you protect us, and that you protect us because we're human beings, and that I do not believe that anyone in this country is illegal. None of us are. We're human beings. And I know many of you may not care. You may not care for the sympathies or any of that, but I do. And I would fight for anyone, no matter if they wanted me here or not, no matter if they think I do not contribute to society. Many immigrants do. Whether they think we don't, or whether they think we're criminals, I don't care. I would fight for them as much as they don't like me for who I am. They might not even know me. So I thank you for listening to me, and I thank everyone else for sitting here and spending the time listening to all of us. I thank you, council members.
Rich Gallego.
Yeah, you know, sitting here and listening to this, Ms. Alarcon, thank you for reading what you did earlier, because I frankly wasn't clear on what it was you guys were talking about resolving tonight. If it's supporting the sheriffs and making sure, to the extent that they can, that any supposed law enforcement officials are in fact law enforcement, I'm all for it. I don't want any of these folks walking around for fear of their lives or their lives being altered when they're here legally. I'm not in favor of anything like that. But I want to be clear also, because I don't think some of these folks understand that there is such a thing called the Supremacy Clause in the U.S. Constitution. And if you're looking to this body to protect you, they don't have the ability to do that. If it's a federal law enforcement agency, you can resolve all you want. You can't make them do it. If their regulations say they can wear masks when they're doing their jobs, guess what? They can wear masks when they do their jobs. And they have good reasons for that as well, because some of them have been doxxed. Some of them have been threatened. We have Supreme Court justices who have had people show up outside of their homes and threaten them. So that's not an unreal situation either, and I think you got to weigh both of them. So I just wanted to make sure that you weren't looking to pass some resolution that would be ridiculous on its face, like we are going to force ICE agents, if they come here, to take their masks off, because you all know, as it's been said many times, the attorneys said it, several of you have, nobody here at this level of government has the authority to do that. So that's all I wanted to be clear on. Thank you.
David Villagrana.
Hello, my name is David Villagrana. I'm here with the Salva organization. And I believe that it is wrong seeing ICE agents wearing masks and not identifying themselves. For all we know, in the city or in Los Angeles, everywhere else, there could be impersonators behind those masks, harassing people on the street, and possibly kidnapping people. And I'm hoping to forward a motion to call for them to identify themselves if they show up to the city and across California. We deserve the right to know who comes knocking on our doors and asking us questions, whether we're walking around or the stores, church, etc. That is all. Thank you.
Napoleon Dimison. Napoleon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start off by saying my colleague told me that I look like Where's Waldo earlier. So, I'll be wearing this for Halloween. You'll see me. If you see me around, it's me. But real quick, just imagine living in constant fear. Every knock at the door holds the possibility of deportation, or worse, being kidnapped. In the city of Palmdale, we believe in transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. That's why ICE agents should never be allowed to wear masks or hide their identity while arresting immigrants. When federal officers operate in secrecy, it opens the door for criminal impersonators, and that's already happening. People posing as ICE agents have kidnapped, trafficked, and assaulted immigrants, especially in vulnerable communities. Right now, individuals pretending to be ICE agents have been arrested across multiple states for shocking crimes, including kidnapping, robberies, sexual assault, and fraud. In one case, a man in Sullivan Island, South Carolina, blocked a vehicle of Latino men, loudly declaring, "You're going back to Mexico," seizing car keys and phones, and effectively kidnapping them under the false ICE authority. These incidents are not rare. They are spreading across states because ICE agents often work without visible IDs and wear masks during the enforcement operations. This opens the door for criminals to exploit fear and confusion in immigrant communities. People who truly represent ICE can seize the opportunity to kidnap or traffic vulnerable individuals, and the consequences are devastating. Worse still, ICE is already arresting large numbers of people without criminal records. And I was going to touch on some statistics, but you can also look those up for yourself. A lot of victims won't come forward that they've been through these tragic events because they are often undocumented. Thus, they may be reluctant to report crimes because they're afraid of retaliation, deportation, and distrust of authorities. So let me be clear. Forced disappearance and trafficking of immigrants who are taken by impersonators or even those legitimately arrested but not accounted for is a serious growing crisis. My speech long? Let me see. But in closing, it is one thing for a government to separate families through lawful but traumatic procedures. It is another to let them vanish into void, thin air, taken by criminals posing as authority. It's illegal to be undocumented, but it's also illegal for kidnapping. And this is what we should not and cannot allow. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hugo Vargas. Hugo Vargas.
Talk about immigrants. I am an immigrant. I've been here for 54 years and from country of Iran where it recently was bombed. But I have no fear of ICE. That's all illusion, bull crap. Some of these people are spreading the garbage. If you're not doing any criminal activity, you don't have nothing to worry about. You remember Mr. Guzman, better known as El Chapo, came here, sent his wife here to Lancaster Community Hospital, and she had the twins. He killed some 34,000 people, Sinaloa cartel. Let me tell you something. ICE agents are part of our community. And by the way, maybe 55, 60% of them are of Latino origin, ICE agents that I know, few of them. They're not doing anything illegal. Go to Washington, D.C. You were not able to go have dinner before this ICE went cleaning up the streets there. You couldn't do it. You would get robbed, shot, carjacked, hijacked. ICE is doing a very good job, and we need them. And whoever doesn't want to cooperate with them, they got something to hide. I'm an Iranian. I'm an immigrant. Come and get me. I have nothing to hide. If you haven't done anything wrong, you don't have anything to fear from ICE. They're here to do a job. By the way, when you say remove their mask, they got wives and children and family as well. And some creeps, they target them. Please do not ask them definitely to remove their mask. Okay, badges, that's fine. That's okay. Thank you.
Diane, no last name, Diane. We have Mickey Martinez. Mickey Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and neighbors. My name is Mickey Martinez. I'm a lifelong Palmdale resident, a mom raising 4 kids here, and a teacher who has spent over 20 years serving families in this community. I'm here to speak about the proposal to prohibit ICE and other federal law enforcement personnel from wearing masks while operating in Palmdale. As a mom and an educator, I care deeply about safety and trust. We all want our children to grow up in a community that feels safe, and we want law enforcement to be accountable. But I don't believe this ordinance gets us there. First, it puts officers at risk. Masks are sometimes necessary to protect identities during investigations or to keep their families safe from retaliation. Taking away that protection could endanger lives. Second, it exposes our city to lawsuits. Federal officers follow federal authority. A local rule that contradicts that authority would likely violate the Constitution's Supremacy Clause and drag Palmdale taxpayers into costly legal battles. That's money that should be going to our schools, parks, and youth programs, not lawyers. Third, it's impractical. How would we enforce it? Who decides in real time if mask is for safety, health, or undercover work? It creates confusion instead of clarity. If the concern is accountability, there are better options. Require visible identification like badges or patches when safe. Share public information after major operations. Expand body cameras when possible. These steps would build trust without risking officer safety or draining city resources. Palmdale is my home. It's where I teach. It's where my 4 children and I are growing up, and where so many families are working towards hard to give their kids a better future. I urge you, please reject this ordinance and instead focus on solutions to keep both our community and our officers safe while protecting Palmdale from unnecessary lawsuits. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your service to our city.
Bertha?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp, council members, and everyone here present. So my name is Berta de Alegría. I've been a resident of Palmdale since 1987. My parents brought me to the U.S. when I was 8 years old. And I'm here asking you to pass item 14.1, which is simply asking that Immigration and Custom Enforcement agents identify themselves and not wear masks like every other law enforcement agent does. I don't ask they stop doing their job. All we are asking as a community is to do so without terrorizing and instilling fear in kids and the whole community. Over 50% of Palmdale residents are Latinos or of Hispanic descent. Many of these families are of mixed status, are decent, productive residents. In my years, I worked for the high school district for 15 years. I was a college and career people services technician. Every year, I have worked with hundreds of families. And when doing scholarship financial aid applications, I'm sorry, this is very personal to me. When doing college applications, we go through financial information. We go through their legal status information. I'm a member of St. Mary's Catholic Church. We have close to 10,000 registered families. Many are Latinos, low income. And every year I mentor a lot of kids, because of my career with college and financial aid. I also volunteer at Saves, and I've been doing that for years. And every day, Monday through Thursday, they have over 200 families, and I usually volunteer at the counter. And they're Latinos, and they are in fear. Not because it's happening here in our city, but they see what's happening around. I now also work part-time with Salva through the youth program. And what I can say is, I think this is the time that our Latino community here, our immigrant community here in Palmdale, feels they have the support of the elected officials. It's not about changing the law. I understand, the levels of a government and who cannot tell who what to do. We understand that. But please, this is a time to just show them that, we have empathy. And I hope that you stand for dignity and respect. Thank you.
Ramon Caldera. Ramon.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Necesito ayuda.
I need help.
Español.
Estoy traduciendo, sí.
Buenas noches al concilio.
Good evening, Council.
Yo soy embajador de Pueblo y Salud.
I am part of Pueblo en Salud.
Viví en Palmdale aquí varios años.
I
Ahora
li-
vivo en Lancaster, pero me considero de Palmdale.
I lived in Palmdale
Venimos
for
del
a
norte
couple
de
of years.
California.
I lived in Palmdale. I came from Lancaster, and I lived in Palmdale for quite some time.
Mi propuesta, mi propuesta
My proposal
al concilio
to the
es
council
sobre las máscaras de
is regarding the masks
los federales y de los cazarrecompensas
for
que
the
andan por
federal
ahí
agents, bounty
agarrando
hunters.
gente residente y ciudadanos, parejo agarran
That
ellos.
is getting anybody, residents, citizens, they get everyone.
Yo les quiero decir que de un trabajador
I would like to
hispano
tell
que
you as
trabaja
a
en la construcción, que trabaja en un restaurante
As
o
a-
que trabaja en el campo,
Hispanic worker that works in constructions, works in the field,
nunca esperen un mal.
never expect bad.
Aunque hay excepciones, ¿verdad?
Sometimes there's some
Claro
exceptions, of course,
Claro que sí. Pero
but
ellos se cubren la máscara porque tienen miedo. ¿A qué tienen miedo?
they cover themselves with the mask because they're afraid.
La
What are they afraid
máscara
of?
quiere decir impunidad para cometer delitos y atrocidades, como lo estamos viendo ya.
Their mask is
Que
just to
agarran
show them that
parejo ellos, no les importa. Y al último nomás, ay, disculpe usted, lo llevaron un mes a la cárcel y siendo ciudadano, ay, disculpe usted nomás.
So they take them, they have a mask, they just take them so that way they're not considered, for what they're doing is wrong. They take them, they put them there for a month, and I'm sorry.
Está bien lo que ustedes dicen,
We're good with what
que
you're
traen
saying.
cámaras aquí porque es importante pues que se grabe todo.
It's good that
Lo
they
que
have,
andan haciendo aquí, yo sé que son federales, no se pueden forzar a lo mejor tanto aquí porque es una ciudad pequeña y eso, pero
but it's a good idea. It's a good idea how you're mentioning to put the cameras here so that way you can record everything and you're able to see everything that is recorded.
pero el motivo es
But the motive
de
is
la gente, pues, mi raza. Yo
my,
estoy
my
triste
people.
por ellos, ¿verdad?
I'm sad for them.
Porque yo si muero aquí,
Because if I die
es
here,
mi segunda casa, yo aquí quedo
this is my second
feliz.
home. I'll be happy here.
Y así mucha gente que ya tiene 20 o 30 años
A
no
lot
ha
of-
podido arreglar papeles.
A lot of people, 20, 30 years, they haven't been
Pero
able
también
to fix their papers.
consideran su casa.
But they
¿verdad?
consider it their home.
Por eso, lo importante es que vivan tranquilos, aunque pues si les toca un día irse para su tierra, pues ni modo.
But the
¿verdad?
important thing is
Pero
for
que
them
no
to-
anden con el miedo de que me va a salir un enmascarado por ahí y ya.
So the important thing is for them to live in peace here, to have peace. If they end up going to their country, well, they end up going to their country, but they have the mask on.
Es todo.
That's all.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I thank you for the time that you have dedicated to listening to all of us here. In light of the ongoing fear-inducing ICE raids in LA County, before I make more mention of that, I represent Pueblo y Salud here in the city of Palmdale. And in light of this conversation, this item, I ask that you consider the following strategies as a method to alleviate the community's fear about these ICE raids in respect to the city of Palmdale. I firstly urge you to consider creating a city resolution that basically just affirms the city's commitment to the safety of its inhabitants, to provide a directive or an encouragement to LASD to abide by California's Value Act SB 54, which it asks the agents or the officers to monitor suspected federal enforcement activity in the city, and that they confirm the identity and legitimacy of the individuals claiming to be federal agents. Additionally, that this resolution affirms the city's values to be transparent and to be trustworthy, to do what they say that they will do, and to commit to serve the public and maintain the community's safety and well-being. Additionally, that this resolution may speak to the commitment and to examining alternative interventions that may become available to the city as time goes by. Secondly, I encourage you to collaborate with the local Los Angeles Sheriff's Department to create a public service announcements to address what they do and what they do not do with regards to immigration-related arrests, so that the people know what to do, so that the city, Palmdale City residents know what to do to protect themselves and their loved ones. By implementing these strategies, you can ensure that trust of local law enforcement is not eroded. It is critical that you take action to reassure the community that you take care of that you care for their well-being, and that they can count on you. Many families are afraid to leave their homes, and students are concerned for their family's safety. Please consider what the community is saying tonight and take action by creating a city resolution affirming your commitment to the safety of the community, to hold federal officials accountable, and to collaborate with local law enforcement to educate the community of the truth about federal and local law enforcement and empower them to use their own voice. Thank you for your time.
And what was your name again?
I'm Estefania Caldera.
Well, I just want to say bravo. That was so well said. Good for you.
Thank you.
Well done.
I look forward to seeing what you do.
Thank you.
Felix Menendez. Felix Menendez.
Felix. Hola.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Bueno, no hay mucho que decir.
There's not much to say.
Ustedes mejor que nadie lo saben.
You than anybody knows
¿Qué
it.
hacemos en la comunidad?
What we do in the community.
No somos criminales.
We're not criminals.
No somos personas que hacemos daño a la comunidad.
We're not people that harm our community.
En el 2020,
2020,
cuando empezó la pandemia,
when we started the pandemic,
los llamaron trabajadores esenciales.
the essential workers that were named,
Porque toda la comunidad migrante
because all the immigration community
estuvo al frente
was in the
recogiendo
front,
la comida
picking
que
up the
muchas de
food
esas personas que se
that a
estaban
lot of
poniendo
people that are here,
tenían en su mesa.
they had on their table.
En el 2020,
2020,
Salva inició un banco de comida
Salva did a food bank
en donde todos ustedes
where all of you
estuvieron apoyando.
were supporting us.
Bishop,
Bishop,
Laura,
Laura,
todos ustedes
all of
vinieron
you came
y se dieron cuenta de la necesidad de la
and you
comunidad.
saw the need of the community.
Y no eran criminales los que estaban
And
sirviendo.
we weren't criminals that were doing it.
Somos humanos.
We're humans.
Salva ayudó en el 2020 en el censo
Salva helped 2020 in the census
para que lleguen más fondos a la ciudad.
so we get more funds in the
¿Dónde estaba este grupo
city.
opositor?
Where was this group?
¿Orando en los parques?
Praying in the parks?
Eso no ayuda a la comunidad.
That doesn't help the community.
Hay que ser humanos
We have to be human
para trabajar y ser
to
enfáticos
work
con las demás personas.
with everyone else.
Con esta resolución
With this resolution,
no van a cambiar las leyes
you're
federales.
not going to change the federal laws.
Richard, que le quede claro
I want to be clear
que usted es
Richard,
hispano,
that you are Hispanic.
necesitamos su apoyo.
We need your support.
Es el peor oponente en el
It's the
concilio
worst one that
que
goes
tenemos
against
contra
us
nuestra comunidad.
that we have against our community.
Nos da pena
It's embarrassing
que habla español
that you speak
y
Spanish
no se identifique
and you don't
con el
identify
dolor
yourself
ajeno.
with ourselves.
Yo espero el apoyo de todos
I,
ustedes.
I expect the support from all of you.
Yo sé que todos ustedes son padres,
I know all of you are parents,
son tíos,
uncles,
son abuelos
grandparents,
y son humanos.
and humans.
En la política
In the
hay
political,
diferencias,
there's differences,
pero esto se trata de humanidad.
but this is humanity.
Espero el apoyo de ustedes.
I hope for your support.
Saben de que Salva está allí
And you know that Salva is
sirviendo
there,
5 días
serving 5 days
a la comunidad.
to the community.
Y de nuevo,
Again,
no somos criminales.
we're not criminals.
Somos personas esenciales
We're people that are
que
essential.
pagamos taxes
We pay our taxes
y hacemos desarrollo en la comunidad.
and we do stuff in our community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Marisela?
Well,
I'm
let's
going to
vote.
respond to that last thing.
Okay. No, well, let's wait until everyone speaks and then we'll respond.
Okay.
Okay?
Traigo más cosas que no las tengo aquí. Good evening, council member. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Marisela, and I am representing our community. And I'm here to ask to you to please protect the community and don't use city funds to help ICE. We appreciate any support you can provide to protect your community. Now is a lot of family need mental health, and everyone need respect in the life. Is possible the working together for all the community? Ahora, estoy triste.
I'm sad.
Tengo 2 hijas nacidas acá, gracias a Dios.
I have 2 daughters that were born here, thanks to God.
Tengo 19 años viviendo acá.
I've been living here for 19 years.
Aporto con los taxes.
I pay my taxes.
Soy una persona trabajadora.
I am a hardworking.
Soy parte de Salva orgullosamente.
I am proudly part of Salva.
Y como dijo
And as
Felix,
Felix mentioned,
me recuerdo cuando llegaban y nos ayudaban.
I remember you would come and help.
Y muchas veces pusieron una cajita de
And
comida
a lot of times you would put a little box of food,
y trabajábamos muy bien.
and we worked very well.
Es bonito cuando se respeta cada persona.
Beautiful when we respect each person.
Me da tristeza venir acá.
It makes me sad to come here.
Respeto la vida de cada uno de ustedes.
I respect each and every one of your lives,
Pero se mira feo
but it looks ugly
de que estén acá
that
y
you're
estén
here
hablando de cosas
and
que
you're
ya
talking
pasaron,
about stuff that has already passed,
pudiendo ustedes allá atrás reunirse
knowing that you can meet up over there in the back
y arreglar cualquier conflicto,
and fix any conflict.
porque tanto ustedes necesitan respeto
Because as of you need respect,
como todos los que estamos
like
acá
everyone that is here,
necesitamos respeto.
we need respect.
Hoy por hoy,
Today,
las noticias
the news,
es triste ver cómo están tomando a las personas.
it's sad how they're taking people.
No respetan si van personas, mujeres embarazadas,
They don't respect if they're pregnant women
ni a los niños.
or children.
Todos tenemos familia
Everyone has family.
y en algún momento
And in a moment,
salimos
we come out
y no sabemos si vamos a regresar.
and we don't know if we're going to come back.
Nadie
Nobody
va a cuidar a sus hijos
is not going to take care of their kids
como uno mismo.
like us.
Entonces, yo les pido de
So
favor,
I'm asking you, please,
no es que queramos hacer a un lado las leyes.
it's not that we want to put the laws to the side. No.
Nada más es que respeten la vida de cada ser
Respect
humano
the life of each human being,
y
and
todos tenemos a alguien
we all have someone
en la familia
in our
que
family
tuvo que venir a este país
that
para
had-
que alguno de todos nosotros
that had to come
nacieran
to this
acá.
country so they can be born here.
Y esa es una gran bendición
And that is a blessing
que no tenemos que
that
olvidarla
we don't have to
en
forget
ningún momento.
in any moment.
Y hay que acordarnos que
So
allá afuera
Let's remember that outside,
hay muchas personas
There's
que
a lot of people
necesitan de nosotros.
that needs of us.
Así que por favor,
So please,
con todo respeto,
with
les
respect,
agradezco.
I appreciate.
Sé que no es fácil que estén allí
I know it's not easy for you to be there.
porque hay muchas cosas, muchas peticiones que
There's-
tal vez
There's a lot of petitions that maybe
que no están al alcance de sus manos.
that you're not able to do.
Pero en lo que puedan ayudarnos, se
But
los
whatever you can
agradezco.
help us, we'll appreciate it.
Gracias.
Thank you. Eduardo actually sent me what he was going to
Okay,
say. So
sure.
is it okay for him to say it in Spanish and then I could say
Yes.
English after?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ok, perfecto. Muy buenas tardes a todos los que vienen aquí, también a los miembros del concilio. Muchas gracias. Yo sé también que nuestra Mayor Pro Team, you are doing a great job. Antes de empezar con el speech, quiero decir algo.
Okay, so vamos a
No,
hacerlo
go
otra
ahead,
vez.
yeah.
Okay.
One more time.
Yes, one more time, please.
All right.
Sorry. That was not in my script, so,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry.
Muy buenas tardes a todos,
Good evening to everyone.
miembros del concilio.
Members of the council.
También quiero saludar a nuestra Mayor Pro Team,
Also, I would like to say hello to our Mayor
que
Pro
yo sé
Tem,
que está haciendo un trabajo
that she
nuevamente
is doing a
en este
great
puesto.
job in this.
Yeah.
Right
Thank
now.
you. You can say that again if you want.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ok, antes de empezar con mi speech,
Before I start with my speech,
quiero decirle a parte de la comunidad que cree
I want to tell you part of the community that believes
que la comunidad migrante viene aquí a provocar cosas malas.
that the immigrant community is here to provoke bad things.
Para la mayoría, incluyéndome,
For the-
creemos que este es un país hermoso.
For the majority of us, including myself, we believe this is a beautiful country.
Yo siempre he dicho, una patria se respeta aunque no sea la tuya.
I've always said that we respect it even though it's not ours.
Y yo sé que si le pregunto a la mayoría de los de mi comunidad,
And I know that if I ask the majority of my community,
sé que dirían lo mismo.
I know they would say the same.
Van a decir que aman este país.
They're going to say they love this country.
Para nadie es un secreto lo que el país está experimentando. La comunidad migrante, mi comunidad latina, está en cacería. Quiero poner esta palabra en sus cabezas, cacería. Mi comunidad ha perdido la humanidad. No somos humanos. Es increíble pensar que somos cazados cual animal cuando están en cacería. Me pregunto si ustedes, miembros del concilio, si ustedes tienen hijos, nietos o alguien de su familia, y si los tienen, les invito a pensar, ¿qué harían ustedes si al momento de recoger a sus hijos de la escuela, los secuestran? Los secuestran personas que no saben si realmente son cazarrecompensas o agentes federales. Les pregunto a ustedes, ¿les fascina la idea de pensar que sus hijos sean recogidos o recibidos por el sistema? O incluso, ¿por qué no?, que sus mismos hijos sean secuestrados y duerman en los suelos de concreto. Es por eso que para nosotros es fundamental trabajar de manera transparente. Si los agentes federales son la ley y el orden, entonces, ¿por qué ocultarse? ¿Por qué usar mascarillas? ¿Que acaso quieren ocultar algo que se supone que ellos son la ley? Entonces, si la ley y la orden luce así, no es la ley y la orden.
It's no secret what our community is going through. Our immigrant community, my Latino community, is being targeted. And I want to be very clear. We are being hunted. This reality has stripped us of our humanity. We are no longer treated as human beings. Instead, we are pursued as though we were animals. I urge you, members of this council, to reflect deeply. Many of you are parents, grandparents. Imagine just for a moment what it would feel like if, while picking up your child from school, strangers approached and abducted them. You would not know whether these individuals were legitimate federal agents or simply bounty hunters. Consider how it would feel to wonder if your children would be placed into a broken system or worse, taken away and left to sleep on cold concrete floors. This is why it is transparency and it's not optional. It is essential. If federal agents truly represent law and order, why do they operate in secrecy? Why conceal their identities behind masks? Why are they hiding? Law and order should not look like intimidation. Law and order should not look like fear.
Antes de terminar con esto, en caso de que este aire no pase, quiero preguntarles a ustedes.
Before when I finish, if this item does not pass, I would like to ask you a question.
Dos preguntas.
Two questions.
La primera es, ¿cómo van a hacer que sus trabajadores,
The
que
first
son,
one is, how are you going to do for your workers that are
el sheriff, el departamento del sheriff,
the sheriff department,
sepan que realmente son agentes migratorios o son cazarrecompensas?
that they know that they're federal agents or bounty hunters?
Les están dejando un trabajo que es imposible reconocer.
You're leaving them a job that is impossible to see.
Y la segunda es,
The second one is,
están arrestando a personas.
they're arresting people.
Ya son personas que están arrestadas.
These are people that are being arrested.
¿Cuál es la problemática con identificarse?
What is the problem with them identifying
Se
themselves?
supone que ellos son los que tienen las herramientas para poder
If
hacer
they
su trabajo.
have the tools to do their job.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
everybody. My name is Brandy Meyer. I am a veteran. I was in the U.S. military for almost 10 years. And one of the major trainings is PPE. You want to trust your equipment. And these ICE agents may need the gas mask. They may need to cover their identity because of all the death threats and everything like that. They are the middleman. They are not the researchers. And also, they are human beings as well, putting themselves in danger on a daily basis. They see the good, the bad, and the ugly. They're not, as you can understand, being on a hot seat and being in fear of being sued. But they are being afraid for their families and for them personally to be killed every moment that they are out there. And ICE is after criminals, okay, not U.S. citizens. I know my roommate is a Chilean that moved here and now is a U.S. citizen. She has no fear whatsoever, and she stands behind ICE for what they are doing because we need the criminals out of here from all the immigrants, that mass immigration that happened for years on end, and now we're in fear. So, and with them being human beings as well, you have to protect them as well. You know, like they're doing their duty. Again, they're the middleman, not the person, not the enemy, to come after people in the communities. And also, the sheriff's office could identify these agents prior to them going to the house to get these people that are criminals, okay? And they can remask up with the gas mask and everything like that and protect their identity from the general public, but a sheriff's office could identify them and assist them instead of standing aside and being separate. Because as a team, you know, like even though I was in one branch of the military, I considered all branches as one team to defend this country. And as far as officers, we all need to stand together in order to help one another, not just say, oh, you're on your own, good luck, you know, kind of thing. And also, as far as the kids getting picked up from the schools, you know, yeah, I'm against that too, because now Sacramento's trying to pass something that you can just fill out a form and go pick up a kid and everything, and I'm highly against that for trafficking and also kidnapping. And I'm, you know, I want the safety for all too. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your service.
No further speaker cards on this item.
Oh, I think there's one more. Hi, Marcus. Come on up.
Clearly, we're not going to come up with a solution tonight on this very critical and personal matter to everyone here, no matter what side of the fence you're on. But what is clear, and it's always going to go back to the beginning, this is racially rooted motive. That's where it comes from. Racially rooted ordinances on the part of the federal government onto people of color. In a matter of months, year or so, it's going to come to our backyard. So the question is, how are we going to react to it? What preventive measure is going to be in place to protect not just citizens or undocumented or legal permanent residents, but people of color? Because I've heard a lot of reactions on the part of the community tonight that are not fact-based, right? They're just reactions and emotional outbursts. I only speak when it comes to facts. And those facts tell us that America has intentionally and willingly hired undocumented people time and time again for cheap labor and big profits. That's our American history, but they only say something when it conveniences them. The immigration kicked down the bucket to the next presidential administration. What's going to happen in a couple of years if this keeps going, whether alleged ICE agents or not? The gross domestic product is going to grow to the max. So go ahead, keep deporting our brothers and sisters, whether they're citizens are in dock. It's gonna hit our pocket financially. That's the reality of what's going on if this keeps going. So this beautiful city of Palmdale has a task of presenting an ordinance in the next few weeks to see how they can meet and come up to a local solution, because we're not gonna fix it right here alone. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Javier Flores again, Palmdale resident. You know, the issue came up about criminals, and we all know that initially we were all told that what President Trump was trying to do is go after the criminals, and only the criminals. And many Latinos supported that notion. They voted for that. Now they're kicking themselves in the butt. And not only Latinos, but a whole bunch of other folk too, because we're seeing the data coming out, and the majority of residents in the United States don't like the way they're dealing with immigration. They understand that criminals should be dealt with, and we believe they shouldn't just be taken out of the country. They should be sent to Mars, you know, if they're really criminals. But that's not the case. That's not what's happening. 8% of the people they've arrested so far have a criminal background. 8%. That means that 90-some% of the people being abducted and whatnot have no criminal record. So we know that the whole premise was a farce. And many of us didn't vote for it because we know President Trump very, very well. And we've been in politics for enough time to know that you know, you don't always do what you say. Lastly, I'd like to end by commending you, Mayor Pro Tem. You hit it on the head. It's time for the city to get the back of their residents. It's time for you guys to support your residents, whether they're citizens or not. And all you're doing is saying, hey, federal government, play by the rules. We have a constitution. There's due process. There's all these things that you guys are stepping on. Stop doing it. We don't support it. You're not going to get our support the way you're going about things. We'd rather you did things the right way. Follow the Constitution. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I take it they're still open for additional comments. Betsy Hazlitt. It's interesting listening to all these comments. Twice recently, as I was driving middle of the day on Sierra Highway, I guess with tinted windows nowadays, I got flashed twice by, yes, the ladies working on Sierra Highway in the middle of the day.
That kind of flashing, okay.
Yes, and we're talking about people being racist and all that. I haven't heard anything about these groups speaking up to do something about human sex trafficking, which covers all socioeconomic people. Because it was, I think both times I was flashed was both by black women. Middle of the day. Come on, I've got tinted windows. I'm just going, they were just anybody driving down the road. Where are you people speaking up about all this discrimination and color, and you're not taking care of the human sex trafficking? I find it heartbreaking. And then I've done a number of things with the local sheriff's department. This is just an observation of fact. It's not a discriminatory thing. But there are many Hispanic names on those LA Sheriff Department badges. So you're seeing them as police officers that are against me because I'm a certain color or whatever it might be. But come on, they've got similar names as you, Hispanic. And there's many of them that are being great sheriff deputies. I see many of them in the Explore program. Stop blaming it on race. And just because I'm this color, I'm also low income. So please, And where are all the churches that are in this community that have gotten out there to help people get meals and on their feet? And it's only Salva that keeps coming in here and claiming all this discrimination. Come on, where's the churches? Get their support. And whatever happened to, if a police officer says something to you, just comply. That's all you need to do. Don't run, don't argue, just comply, because when you run and you argue, you're showing guilt. Just comply. And thank you to all the LA sheriff deputies that are in this community. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Last call. Come on up, Adam.
Hi. So I kind of want to read AB 495, which is, I believe, the legislation that the woman alluded to earlier, calling it the human trafficking bill. I just want to start out by saying that, well, I'll leave that. So the act itself is called the Family Preparedness Plan Act. I guess I do want to state that I am against this bill, but for different reasons that a lot of people are. A lot of people that are against it, they're calling it the human trafficking bill. One of the reasons why people are against this bill is because they claim that anybody can come and take your children. And this is in response to all of the ICE activity that has been going on, that they have deported both members, both parents, and children are left without anybody to take care of them. And the issue that I have with this bill particularly is that at the time that somebody is appointed a non-relative extended family member, they have the ability to challenge the parent. That part of the language I am against. However, in AB 495, it specifically states that undocumented immigrants contributed $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes, and that more than a third of the tax dollars are towards payroll taxes dedicated to funding programs that undocumented immigrants do not receive, such as Social Security, Medicare, and unemployment insurance. In 1994, California voters approved Prop 187, which was a ballot that sought to bar undocumented immigrants from accessing public education, healthcare, and other services. It was repealed by the Supreme Court, claiming that it was unconstitutional. In 2021, DHS issued updated guidance to ICE and Custom and Border Protections, emphasizing that enforcement actions should avoid locations that restrict access to essential services or activities such as hospitals, schools, and things like that. There have been a lot of videos on TikTok and Twitter that show otherwise. Like, I actually grew up in Palmdale, and not that long ago, Paramount, not that long ago in Paramount, the Home Depot, it was raided, and there was videos all over it. They spoke on the city council where these enforcement officers actually shot the crowd with rubber bullets without the crowd provoking them. And you can look up the city council for Paramount and verify this, but I just wanted to clarify that there's a lot of misinformation, but there's also a lot of information that I believe people are not seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for speakers.
You already said last call.
Okay, well, that was a really last one. All right, with that, I'm going to close public comments on this item.
I wanted to respond.
And we're going to let Mr. Loa respond.
Okay.
And anyone else.
And I want to respond in general terms. First of all, if I disagree on a particular issue involving any topic, that doesn't mean I'm against the community. I identify totally as an American of Latino descent, Mexican and Costa Rican descent, but I'm an American first. So I am in favor of the equal distribution of services to every resident in the city of Palmdale, without regard to race, color, creed, background, whatever. Equal distribution, equal protection by our police agency, the Sheriff's Department, of all the residents, to protect them from criminals, to take care of them. I'm in favor of the fire department not discriminating by any means at all. If there's a need, an emergency need, whether it be by paramedic or by the fire department, without regard to ethnicity or race or legal status or illegal status. That's what we're about on the city council, to provide services to everyone within our jurisdiction. When it comes to disagreements on immigration, that doesn't mean I'm against the community. That just means that we don't agree. I have been on Spanish radio. Someone brought up 187. I opposed 187 because it discriminated against individuals here in the country. And that eventually was struck down by the Supreme Court. And I wasn't just opposed to it. I was the chairman on 187 in Antelope Valley. So don't tell me I'm against the community, because I'm in favor of our entire community of Palmdale. We have a vibrant, beautiful, energetic residency of our people here, and I support them all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment?
Yeah, just a couple things, if I could. So a couple things. Thank you all for being here. This is really an important issue, and it's so good to get actual community feedback and involvement and engagement as we've had tonight. So thank you for being here. I know the meeting's late, but this is an important issue for all of us. Thank you for bringing up human trafficking. That's in part why this is such an important issue, because those impersonators are actually, in fact, kidnapping women and then converting them into the human trafficking cycle. So this is also a means by which to circumvent and to nip that in the bud. So thank you for bringing that up, because this resolution will help to support an anti-human trafficking effort. To address the issue of that this is all a matter of only people who are U.S. citizens should have no fear. U.S. citizens have fear of U.S. citizens of Latino descent have fear, and rightfully so. Two of the plaintiffs in the federal action, the court case that is going to the Supreme Court, the court found that they were improperly and they were denied due process and their rights were violated. But one worked at a car wash, and when he was detained, and he is a U.S. citizen. Another was working in a tow yard, and he was detained, and he was a U.S. citizen. So this is not just a matter of whether you are a U.S. citizen or not. If you are brown, it's a concern. People don't know when they do. The reason why reasonable suspicion is so important is because when you just target a location, a bus stop, an agricultural field, you're assuming essentially that all people there that are working don't have legal status. When you detain them and then you move them to an alternative location, and then you weed through and identify who is a citizen, who is not, after they've already been detained, that is a violation of due process, and it violates our U.S. Constitution, and that's a problem. Our city's population is nearing 170,000. Last census data, approximately over 65% of our community is Latino. That's what's reported. The numbers are far more than that, I'm sure. Doing nothing is not enough. We have the opportunity, just because citing the supremacy clause and just saying that, well, the federal government has, under the Constitution and the supremacy clause, we can't really do anything. That's not enough. We can do something. We are empowered to make a statement. We are empowered to send the message to our community that we stand with them to protect their constitutional rights and to protect the sanctity of our community so that they can walk to the best that we can afford them, at least some sense of security, and not be in fear of their lives when they leave their homes. So again, I would just thank those council members who will support adopting a resolution to stand in solidarity with our county, with our sheriff's department, requiring and requesting identification and agency credentials as per the LASD protocols have indicated, and for the resolution as will be brought back by our city attorney.
Mr. Lowe, you wanted to say something else? Your microphone.
As was noted by Mr. Olson, I brought forward tonight the discussion on the rights of every individual in the community, and apparently some people didn't understand that. But I am completely in favor of every person who is in the United States. They have constitutional rights. They have rights under the Bill of Rights. They have rights under the law. I would not ask anyone to deprive these people of those rights. I've always stood for that. I'm a lawyer. That's what we do. We protect people's rights, regardless of what your legal status is in the country. And if people didn't understand that tonight in the audience, then I hope they understand it now. Thank you.
I probably shouldn't say anything, but here I go. Because I'm absolutely disgusted by the Palmdale Freedom Coalition and the hypocrisy that comes into this chamber week after week. They come in here and talk about this being a country of law and rules and order, but refuse to respect our rules and order. They came here saying they want to get rid of a mask mandate because it was bad for people's health, except for these federal agents need it for their safety. They say that they need to wear masks because they're getting doxxed and judges are being threatened. Do you know who else threatened judges? Donald J. Trump, who they support. They come in here and say Rex is outrageous. We know Rex is outrageous. Rex knows that he's outrageous. You know who else is outrageous? Donald J. Trump, the person that they support. What is happening in other communities with the ICE agents isn't about protecting citizens. It's about rounding up fear. It was fear-mongering. It was to put the fear in the hearts of everybody of color. Nothing else. If they are exercising federal warrants, all of us agree that they should have the ability to do that. But that is not what's happening. And the reason I'm so upset is because the two that sat up front that refused to respect our rules and speak out constantly rolled their eyes at any time somebody of color got up to come speak, regardless of what they said. That's an indication of why you don't like that person. It's unacceptable. You come in here week after week to play political theater because one of you wants to be mayor of Lancaster. It is unacceptable, and I'm tired of it.
Okay.
If there is no further discussion, I'd like to call for the question.
Let's call for the question.
What is the question?
The question is directing the city attorney to come back with the drafted resolution at our next council meeting so that it's timely, stating all of the aforementioned things that I've already,
To support the police and their orders.
Second.
You seconded it already?
Yeah, whatever.
And subject
All right.
to our revision.
So what I
Yeah,
have
we'll be
here-
able to revisit
Right.
it. We have to see.
What I
it.
have here, I will go back and listen to the video, but what I have is adopt a resolution supporting the newly adopted protocols of the LASD.
Correct.
Will that suffice? I will go back and listen to the recording.
It's a little bit more elaborate than that,
Okay.
but I will be happy to work directly with the city attorney
Okay.
on sort of
So
incorporating all of
I really loved the statement from the girl from Puebla de Salud. If we could rewatch what she said and grab some of that
Right.
and maybe incorporate that into our resolution, it was really well said.
Going to start with the Huntington Park resolution.
Right.
Because there's a lot of good stuff in
Okay.
there.
The whereases are, I
Yes.
think, we're all on
And
the same
then-
page with the whereases.
And then and it also, Councilmember Loa mentioned the constitutional due process affirmations, that's in there.
That's in the Huntington
so
Park
we'll
one.
start, yeah, we'll start there, and then I'll add in the portions about supporting the sheriff's policy, and then see if I can get some stuff from the speaker, and if you would like to look at it before we bring it back.
Wonderful. I think it's all going to be vetted, but it's going to
Yeah,
be
we're gonna
publicly
be able to do
agendized
it.
and everybody can look at it. But a lot of the whereases are going to be very similar to the Huntington Park resolution. But because a lot of the legal actions and the protocol has changed since that resolution was adopted, I think that then may justify additional whereases and additional language in the substance of the resolution. But we'll be happy to work on it directly, and it will come back as an agendized item for next council meeting.
And before everyone leaves, I just want to say that, as far as I know, everybody that sits on this dais up here loves our community, loves our residents, no matter what their color, their age, their sex, their gender. We love you all.
Their citizenship.
Even when
Regardless of citizenship.
you have moments that you don't like us, even at times when you're yelling at us, We still love you. We're up here. We're not making a bunch of money, I'll tell you that right now. We're here because we love our community and we're doing the best that we can, basically in a volunteer position, giving up time away from our families, our kids, taking time off work. We do it because we care about this community. And it doesn't matter what color you are, what language you speak, what political party you're part of. This is a nonpartisan council. We may have our own beliefs, but we represent all of you in mass as a community. And we are here for you to support you, and we do have your back, and we're going to do what we can to help. So I just wanted to say that before we do the vote.
Okay. Would you guys like to rephase the motion, or would you just accept that?
You're good.
Okay, and then we'll get it.
Okay.
Start voting. Motion passes unanimously.
And with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting to September 2nd, 2025 at 5 p.m. right here at City Hall. We hope to see you guys there.